Finally getting an interest. Oh, I blew it. I blew the intro. Finally getting an interest rate cut. And it's also StubHub's IPO. I don't know when that releases, but that could be something to check out. As long as it doesn't happen during the Jerome Powell meeting, I guess. The Russell's up today, while the NASDAQ and the S&P are down. Dow Jones is up as well. I wonder if the Russell's at all-time highs. Haven't looked in a while. It's got to be close. Matt Romano. What's up, bro? How you doing? I'm chilling. What was I looking up again? Oh, yeah. The Russell. Come on. Thank you. Damn, the Russell's so close to all-time highs. It's right there. Like 40 points away from all-time highs. That's crazy. Yeah, literally like 40 points away from all-time highs on the Russell. That could be potentially positive for GameStop. We'll see. That's crazy. That's absolutely insane. Sup, Muma? Third time ever in history that a rate cut will happen at market after hour. Quite interesting. Wait, after hour? Oh, all-time high. Yeah, it's a good time to do it. It's a good time to do it. But as interest rates get lower and lower, everything's going to get more and more expensive because more and more people are getting loans and borrowing money, and who knows, you know. I mean, did you see that CNBC article today? Mortgage refinance demands spike nearly 60% as interest rates drop sharply. Like, interest rates are barely even down, bro. You were ahead of the game on that, bro, with that dude that you did that real estate deal with. Like, who would have thought like a 0.5, maybe like 1% drop would be such a big deal? I mean, I get it. I guess, you know. It is a huge amount when it comes to this large of an asset. But 60%? That's crazy. $60%? That doesn't even... That's wild, bro. Yeah, look at that. And the last time you saw a spike like this was January 10th. And where was the interest rates back then? 30-year mortgage rate. Let's see, January 10th. Where is it? I guess that was the peak. That's interesting. That's weird. That's so odd. Literally the peak is when the... Oh, wait, that's mortgage applications. We're refinance. We need refi. There we go. I was like, that doesn't make any sense. Okay. This one makes more sense. So last time you had like a peak in refinances was April 4th. And where's April 4th? And April 4th was the last like dip in mortgage rate interest. Pretty crazy. Economics is wild, bro. Economics is wild. It all just lines up so perfectly. It's crazy that applications were up this much back at the peak. I guess that would make sense though, because like if you think about it, at the peak of interest rates, that's probably when houses were the cheapest. And any like real investor, anyone with actual money, that's when they would want to buy a house, because yeah, their interest would be extremely high, but they'd be getting the house for so cheap, I would imagine. So that's pretty interesting to think about. Economics, bro. And yeah, you got your rate cut, first rate or second. Is it the second rate cut of the year? I can't remember. I don't remember the last time they did one. I think it was that last 0.5% one, wasn't it? I can't remember. Market's frozen. Love to see it thaw. I know you're getting into real estate at like the perfect time. First of 25. Yeah, that was the 0.5 cut. I'll be interested to see how the rate monitor tool switches up after this. See what they have to say. Can you explain a rate cut? The basics of it is that's how much the Fed charges banks to loan money, or like, yeah. So a bank's loaning you money at a certain percent, but the bank's getting money from the Federal Reserve at a certain percent. So when the Fed cuts the rates, the bank gets money cheaper, and yeah. And they pass the savings on to you. Or I guess you're getting in debt, so I don't know if that's savings, but you get the idea. It's a interesting system. That's the basic way I could explain it. I don't know if there's more to I really don't know if it's more than that. It's pretty simple. All right, is there any earnings? Bullish? Cracker Barrel? Good old Cracker Barrel has earnings after hours. General Mills had it in the morning. What'd that do? Why is this in the shitter? Why is this in the shitter? GIS? Why is this so bad? 33. What's going on here? I guess they got a fuck ton of debt. That's probably the issue. But they're crushing. Why is this so low? Oh, it's not. I mean, it is, but it's not. That one's interesting. A lot of debt, though. Massive company. Didn't someone come in here and say that, like, packaged food stocks were, like, underperforming everything? I wonder if that could ever switch, you know? I wonder if it could ever switch. It's basically that Fed lends to banks at a certain rate, banks lend to people at a higher rate to capture the spread. Yeah, exactly. So, but you got to think when you're on a loan for like a house. I mean, let's go to a mortgage, what's it called? Amortization calc. When you're getting a loan for a house is usually like $300,000, $400,000 on the cheap end. So, I mean, if you're getting a loan for $400,000, you're getting it at 6%. Your monthly payment's going to be $2,400. Whereas if you can get 1% less, you know, you only get 5%. Now your monthly payment's only like $2,000, you know, $2,100. So that 1% can make a massive, I mean, $300. It could be a massive difference to some people, you know. It really could be, especially if your interest rate is already really high or something. But yeah, being able to lower your monthly payment, take money out, you know, that's why people do it. And that 1% can make a difference. Imagine you're buying $1 million home or $800,000 home, $800,000 loan. You're paying, what is that? Like 4,200, 4,300 a month. Whereas, you get 1% less. Now you're only paying, what is that? 3,800. So, that 1% difference it can't make or break something, but it can make your monthly payments cheaper. And if you're refinancing, you get the money in your pocket for whatever you're refinancing. But yeah, so as interest rates lower, more and more people will refinance to get money and lower their interest potentially. I mean, maybe potentially some people are doing it just to get money. What if, they might have like a 3-4% interest rate, but maybe they don't care and they want $100,000 real quick. They'll just increase their monthly payment. Like there's a lot of yeah. This stuff's interesting. Debt is a crazy thing. I don't recommend it for most people, but debt is wild. There's a lot of wild things when it comes to debt. You see in the refi apps go up because it's a race to get the lower rate. If demand is there, banks will raise the percent. Also, there's a lot of people that overpaid in COVID times and now they need to pull equity out to do repairs. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'd imagine not many people have a lower interest rate than right now. Or a higher one, I meant. Like, if someone has a higher than 6-7% interest rate right now, that's crazy, honestly. That's actually insane. I'd imagine most people have lower interest rates right now, and they're trying to get money out. Definitely. Thank you, COVID interest rates. I know like 10 people or so that I've spoke with that need to pull equity to do major repairs before selling. That's gatekeeping, trade up buyers, and freezing the market too. Oh, wow. That's interesting to think about it that way. That's really interesting to think about it that way. I don't know for how long the T-bills were bought, but the rate cut, they will be worth much more because the coupon will be much higher than the new issues. I don't know how long that... Oh, you mean for GameStop? I think they only do short-term T-bills. I don't know if they do longer-term T-bills. I'm not sure on that. I think in their 10K where it says what they keep their money in, it's shorter-term T-bills. I don't think it's like longer coupon rates. If that's what you're referring to. And pull in basics 7%. Wow. I want a gig that pays into a 401k. You could take loans out from that bitch and pay yourself back. Collect the interest, pretty cool. Yeah, that is dope. I've never had a 401k. I've always had my own 401k, I've had to create my own because I've never really had a job that offer one. Justin Wright, what's up, bro? We're going to the moon with the warrants. Countdown T 14 days. You think 14 days? All right, bro. We'll see. We'll see. I appreciate the donation, bro. Thank you for the $10, Justin Wright. I appreciate your support. God bless you, bro. God bless you, bro. I got a power pack video coming out. Or, we'll do it live, obviously. But probably next week, most likely. Should be fun. A little bit higher spinach. Maybe more people will be interested. We'll see. If you overpaid in COVID times, you did wrong. I refinanced in 2021 to 2.25%. COVID was a weird time, though, because, like, pre-COVID, or, like, beginning COVID, houses were the cheapest they've ever been, and the interest rates were the lowest they've ever been. And then the market caught up, and then houses skyrocketed. Like everything was so cheap at the very beginning of COVID, and then COVID happened. The dip got bought on the stock market, and everyone just got rich because of crypto and just stocks, and houses went up because of that, and so many things, so many things, so many things. But yeah, if you were like end of COVID, you probably did overpay for your house, and you probably don't have the best interest rate either, potentially. Or if you do have a really low one, you really overpaid. I think a 30 years about 4.5 or something. Yeah, somewhere around there. They've been going down. I just found out that 401k thing yesterday because I got into a debate and said they were worthless. Boy, was I wrong? No, 401ks are dope. You just can't cash out on them forever. That's the only shitty part. But if you can get a loan against it, that's really dope. I didn't know that either. That's the only reason I personally don't like retirement accounts is because you are stuck in that thing forever. And most of the time, like if you have an actual job, you can't like decide what you put in it. Usually you're just in the S&P, which is perfectly fine. You know, the S&P has done nothing but absolutely crush. So, you know, definitely not a big deal, but it is nice to be able to manage your own positions if you want. You know, sometimes honestly, for most people, the S&P is probably the better choice. Let's be real. Let's be real. For 99% of people, the S&P is probably better for you. Why did you have an opinion? What I am being told, had to bid higher than the list price to get the offer accepted, so a lot overpaid. Yeah, for sure. What's up, production crew? Young Tom, what do you never borrow from your 401k? The more you have in there, the more growth. I mean, I guess it just depends what you borrow for. If you're borrowing it for a business that can potentially outpace your 401k or outpace the loan you're getting, I wouldn't say it's the worst thing, you know? I don't like debt at all. But if you have a plan and you think or know that knowing is better for sure. If you know it can work, you know you can make more money than the loan you're getting. I mean, you can do it. Obviously, it's better to just not get loans and just do everything cash. But I would never say there's not a place for debt if you're very, very strategic about it. Very strategic. 401k is great. I contribute 5% of my paycheck. Employer matches 4% of paychecks. Saves me from paying more taxes at the end of the year, and the money comes out pre-tax. Barely notice it hitting. Yeah, and I'm sure your 401k is absolutely crushing because the S&P is fucking insane. Holy shit, it's up so much. Like, why are we in GameStop, honestly? S&P investors are getting richer than us. It seems like a long time to break 100k, but once you do, you'll begin seeing the growth. Paycheck, just took out my first loan on it to help with my move a bit. Head of the game, how you learn about 401k. Who told you the life hack? Most jobs just give them to you. Like, it's a very common thing, but there's a lot of jobs that don't. You have to be working full time and stuff. We call them pensions in UK. A pay percent employer matches it. I'm sure it's dumped in bonds and stuff. It's probably the S&P or whatever index is at the European Stock Exchange or the UK, whatever. London. I don't know what stock exchange you would be trading on, but it's probably invested in that index, most likely. Meant to give a little dono for Taco Tuesday miss stream ending yesterday. Oh, I appreciate it, UG. Thank you for the $5, bro. God bless. Now there was just nothing going on yesterday. Literally, there was nothing. So I had to leave. Like the chat was dead. Like there was nothing going on. We were clapped. So ended the stream a little early yesterday. I contribute 20%. My employer matches 6%. It's a no-brainer for me. Everyone's situation is different. Yeah, if your employer matches, you definitely want to put in at least as much as they match. Like for me personally, like if I was in your situation, I wouldn't be doing 20%. I would be doing the 6% they match, and then I would take the 17% and go invest it myself. Or, you know, you can also do Roth IRA, which Roth IRAs are really dope. You know, if you don't plan on touching this money for an extreme... This is my issue with retirement accounts is you can't touch it till you're like 60. The Roth one's a little different, but yeah. The tax-free aspect of a Roth is really cool. How does one check their 401k? You'd have to ask your business, or you'd have to ask the company you work for. I'm sure you have one, I'd imagine. But they probably have like a website or something that they do it through. I think it's the FTSE or some shit. I could maybe try and find it on TradingView. I'm not sure. Well, it's probably on Trading Economics. I bet if we just go to indexes, it's probably one of these. It's probably GB 100. Yeah, United Kingdom Stock Market Index. It's probably this. Most likely. The GB 100. Get you a 401k. This is financial advice, Larry J. Wait, it didn't let you put an emoji in the donation? I appreciate the $5, Muma. Thank you, bro. God bless. God bless. I can't believe it doesn't let you put an emoji in there, though. That's weird. Branch managers in my early job drilled into my head. FTSE 100, top 100 companies, equivalent to S&P. Oh, it's the FT. I can't find that one. Or it's at least it's not on here. There's the GB. I would imagine it's the GB. Who knows? I'm not waiting 30 plus years. The Roth's cool though. My issue with the Roth is the tax. We don't know the future. My state's already passing bills for no tax on retirement income, so paying up front is a loss. I get that. But if the bill doesn't pass, I mean, it should. That would be the correct thing to do for sure. But yeah, I get that. But I guess that's, you know, that's been the benefit of the Roth is no tax at the end. You don't get any tax on your gains. Ryan, what's up, Ryan? Feels like market corrections and imminent, but to take advantage of it, you'd have to have cash ready. That means you miss out on months or years of the bull market waiting for the bubble to pop. Yeah, don't fade the trend, bro. That's the #1 rule in trading, bro. Don't fade the trend. Don't fade the trend. That's how you get clapped. You can try. You can try, but I've only been able to predict a top one time. You know, I have a whole stream about it. I have a whole stream predicting the top in 2022. It's not easy. I wasn't able to do it last time, even though it seemed pretty obvious. I was just way too bullish. I was way too bullish to predict that top. It's not easy. but fading the trend is usually a bad idea in most cases. Maybe you guys created an instrument to trade our index called the GB100. That's probably just what it's called. I don't know. Potentially. I mean, this could be going off futures / GB. I'm not sure. The end, you wish it were in a Roth 100%. Yeah, if you're taking profits, for sure. Investing in GameStop's a great, because they have cash to pounce on a market downturn. True, if they choose to. What's up, James Price? That's why HSAs are so cool. Zero capital gains tax, lower taxable income. Invest in whatever you want. Age 65 can be used for whatever you want. Wait, what's HSA? I don't know what that one is. I don't know what. Oh, health savings account. Yeah, I know about those actually, if that's what you're referring to. I got call a few months back. Oh well, bought another 100 shares to get even. Yep, shares are the best, bro. Options are garbage. Options are look at today, bro. The options finally gained value, like the longer term options. They finally gained value, and now they're dropping the stock. Like they're not gonna let option traders win. You know, weekly traders. You know, they have probably done okay, but anyone who's holding like longer term options, they're getting clapped. Unless they're taking profits like the second they have profits. Health savings account, an American thing? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Health savings accounts, basically, if you have like a major medical expense, I think you can pull out of it tax free or something like that. Don't quote me, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works. You'd have to read it. You'd have to actually read up on it, but pretty sure. Looked up London Stock Exchange. That's where I seen FTSE indices. Oh, well, that was United K. If it's London, it's probably something else. I don't know where London is. I don't see it. That's Australia, so no. I don't know. Doesn't really matter. It's a ticker. It can be used for qualified medical expenses. Yeah. They're pretty interesting. Pay medical expenses out of pocket. You can always reimburse yourself from the HSA if you need to. I see. That's cool. That's always nice. That's always nice. All right, what else do we got on earnings? Cracker Barrel, After Hours. What are they doing? It's basically the same price as when oh no, I remember. I remember now. They had that little. Oh, wait, that's April. If I remember right, Cracker Barrel's like kind of undervalued, maybe. I can't remember, actually. Yeah, they're crushing. They have a little bit of debt, but they're doing quite well, it seems like. And it's not the most expensive. Obviously, you would have wanted to position back in April, obviously. I think everyone would have. But it's not how it works. Not how it works. All right, anything else? No. What is bullish? I've never heard of that. It's probably some finance stuff. Infrastructure technology. Digital assets, spot, and derivatives exchange. What the hell is this? Oh, this is a brand new IPO. Alright, not touching that. Okay, what else do we got here? Bonds are still at 4%. Bitcoin or crypto's flat. Currencies pretty much flat, I'm sure. I don't know. I haven't checked like individual currencies in quite some time. From the news we read yesterday, it seems like a lot are at highs and lows. Nvidia's down. It's kind of just everyone's just waiting on the Fed, I guess. To get your computer shares set yet? I don't know. I can't even. I got my holding number, but I can't even access my account. So I don't know what's going on. I'm just waiting. I'll call them soon if nothing happens. It's taking forever though. I don't advise IPOs, but Friday morning pattern group goes live. I'm gonna watch this one. IPOs are terrible. We watched some guy get absolutely clapped on Gemini the other day. some kid came in here and talked to him. Bought Gemini at $40 and got absolutely clapped. Like, I don't know. I wouldn't recommend trying to trade an IPO. I wouldn't recommend it. When's the Fed scheduled? I'm not sure. My times on this thing are messed up. Should be in like should be in like 2 or 3 hours, I think. 11 or 12 my time. I would say 2 or 3 hours. Somewhere around there. Consumer staples are up. Energy's still up again, just not as much. You had a pretty big run on energy yesterday. Any whales on GameStop yet? You haven't had a whale? You haven't had a fucking I think it's 13F. You haven't had a 13F on this shit in so long. It's crazy. I think the bullish thing is some kind of crypto company. Don't know exactly what they do though. Oh, I don't know. I just wanted to see. Coinbase was a shit IPO. Yeah, but when you bought, if you bought it when it first came out, would you have had the balls to hold it through all the volatility? Would you have been able to take advantage of the price of the upswing that it had through all the times that it was getting absolutely murdered? Very debatable. What's up, Inkin? How you doing, bro? Pal Speech, 1:30 p.m. CST. Thank you, Son of Harold. Thank you. Still waiting. I'm on a Form 4. We got a wide spread of time zones in this chat. Yeah. Well, Harold dropped it, though. Harold dropped it. You'll just have to figure out what CST is for you. Because I don't even know what it is for me. I think that's 12:30. Potentially. Or wait, I gotta highlight this part. Come on. Yeah, 12:30. Damn, I'm good, bro. I didn't even need to copy and paste that. I already knew. Ryan Cohen's handing out e-bikes to poors. I saw that. I saw that post. It's pretty funny. What a good CEO, though. What a good guy. He's like, I know we can't pay you enough, but here's an e-bike. I know I could give you a couple extra dollars an hour, you know. I can make your life a little easier by paying you more, but nah, here's an e-bike. I mean, I'm sure there's a whole lore behind it that I haven't read into. Frontier CEO fires back at United CEO, declaring discount airline models dead. See, Johnson says China is straining U.S. relation with NVIDIA chip ban. Workday stock climbs as activist investor Elliott takes $2 billion stake. Amazon invests over $1 billion to raise employee pay, lower healthcare costs. Lyft shares pop on Waymo deal to bring robo-taxis into Nashville. Amazon introduces AI agent to help sellers with tedious tasks. Oops. Alibaba shares jump after it lands a major customer for its AI chips. Wait, Alibaba's making AI chips? I didn't know that. Makes sense. Makes sense. Alright, what are you guys saying? If I'm bro, I'm gonna auction that e-bike to the GME community on eBay. Big facts, though. Big facts. Signing me up too. E-bikes be pricey. I'm sure he got her the upper end model. He's a typical CEO. Every penny of those bikes is claimed back. He only bought one, I think. He only bought one. About to get an e-bike on the secondary market cheap. What's up, Moose? Why don't you think Warren Buffett doesn't buy GameStop? Does that sound crazy? Because he's not paying attention. And Warren Buffett doesn't control Berkshire anymore. It's Greg Abel. So, probably a big reason too. My notification was delayed, sitting here all lonely. Yeah, I started a little bit late today, my bad. Canada cut rates today. I didn't know that. It's all about the US Federal Reserve right now. All eyes on Jerome Powell. Can we have a raise so we can get to work? Best I can do is a used e-bike. I've been writing Warren Buffett letters suggesting GME. He probably can't read them. Just kidding. He doesn't own. He's not running Berkshire anymore, though. It's Greg Abel now. And I don't know. I don't remember the other people's names, but yeah, they're probably just not paying attention, which is great. Maybe they'll start paying attention later on. The longer people aren't paying attention, the better. Gives you more time to buy more and more time for the stock to go up without people trying to price in the future and it getting overhyped because certain investors are getting into it. Like, I don't know. For my opinion, it's better to have nobody care about it. For the longer nobody cares about it, the better. Let's see. No news again? No news again? Come on. Genshin Impact collabs with Cold Stone. Exclusive ice cream and merch. What is this? A Minecraft player has been walking endlessly to reach the end of the maps, finally close to his goal. Minecraft often feels like a cozy game, especially since you can use the best mods and just let your creativity take over to build whatever you want. Beyond all that, there's some things that can look a little eerie in a way, like far lands. For a decade, a YouTuber known as Kurt J. Mack has been on a mission to complete one extremely challenging task, which involves reaching this distorted-looking location. Unlike normal terrain, the far land were the result of a terrain generation bug in older versions of Minecraft, appearing exactly 12,550,821 blocks away from the spawn point. After all these years, the YouTuber's journey is finally drawing closer to setting foot. Kurt J. Mack began his long trek to the Farlands in 2011 with his series Farlands or Bust. He's especially notable for his long-running, fully on-foot survival mode journey, one of the first widely documented attempts in that style. His goal wasn't just to document the journey tackling this challenge, but to raise funds for various charities. Recently, content creator Ant Venom pointed out that Kurt may be close to his final steps. Ant Venom calculated this by observing Kurt's coordinates whenever he pressed the F3 debug menu, estimated the distance left. How many hours did Kurt spend walking between his last two F3 presses? How many hours? Let's see, admitted. It's difficult, blah, blah, blah. Given that Kurt's only pressed F3 12 times in 14 years, but ultimately he was able to pull the final numbers from estimates. Kurt's 200,000 blocks away from setting foot to the Farlands. In terms of how long he'll finally reach it, creator estimated that Kurt's less than 24 hours from completing his journey. Should be able to get there somewhere around episode 60. That's pretty wild. 10 years to walk to the end of Minecraft. NVIDIA's on sale, I guess. J. Powell doing QE again? I think they've been doing it. Haven't they? I bought enough GME, I'm ready for true price discovery. If you think you've bought enough, you're mistaken, my guy. You're mistaken if you think you've bought enough. Little known fact about Larry Chang in his early 20s, Larry had the idea to sell his urine into a can as a canned beverage. We know this beverage is Red Bull. Okay. What the hell? Interesting. Makes sense. Makes sense. Let's see, a shipwreck lost for nearly 140 years has finally been discovered at the bottom of Lake Michigan. Researchers confirmed they located the remains of F.J. King, a three-masted schooner that sank during a violent storm in 1886 off the coast of Wisconsin. The find was announced by Wisconsin Historical Society and Wisconsin Underwater Archaeology Association, who revealed that the team identified the wreck on June 28th near Bailey's Harbor on the State Door Peninsula. The 140-foot vessel, built in 1867 in Toledo, Ohio, was carrying iron ore to Chicago when it went down. According to records, wave up to 10 feet ruptured the ship's seams, forcing Captain Williams Griffin and his crew to abandon ship. After hours of pumping and passing, schooner later rescued them. While Griffin estimated the wreck was 5 miles from shore, a lighthouse keeper claimed he saw the masts break the surface much closer. Conflicting reports and years of failed searches gave the F.J. King its reputation as a ghost ship. Bailod's team used size-scan sonar to narrow the search to 2 square mile grid near the lighthouse's keeper's original sighting. Sonar revealed a 140-foot object less than a half mile from the location, which turned out to be the long-lost schooner. After all, the hull of the ship appears to be intact despite the weight of the iron ore it carried. Through photos, some of the wreck is now covered in invasive quagga mussel. Discovery marks the 5th shipwreck found in the Wisconsin Underwater Archaeology Association in the past 3 years, including the steamer L.W. Crane tugboat, John Evanson, and the schooner Margaret A. Muir. Experts estimate between 6,000 and 10,000 ships lie at the bottom of the Great Lakes, many of them still undiscovered. That's kind of interesting. What's up, Humberto? Larry Chang does not sleep, he waits. Comment on interest rates and housing. I bought my first home in 2005. Crazy times, inflated prices, houses selling in one day, sight unseen. You can get a mortgage with decent salary, etc. Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, looking back, though, they were probably pretty cheap. Well, I don't know. Houses were expensive back then. But I'd imagine your house is probably worth, if you still have it, it's probably worth like double, maybe even triple what it was worth back then. Maybe even more. Location depends, I guess. What's up, Ruben? How you doing, bro? LimeWire buys Fire Festival for $250K on eBay and plots revival. LimeWire? That's weird. Doritos launched Stranger Things chips and Demigorgon dip. That looks disgusting. What the fuck, dude? Imagine, that does not look good. You're gonna catch me eating some Demigorgon dip, bro? That does not look good. That looks like you're dipping your chips in paint. It literally looks like paint, bro. That's disgusting. Oh, man. I want the chips, though. Took 140 years to find a ship in Lake Michigan. We weren't looking hard enough. Maybe we just have the technology to find stuff like that now. Who knows? And the time, the resources. I mean, that article said they've only found like 3 ships in 3 years or whatever. It probably takes a lot of resources. Don't speak about inflation. I mean, you can speak about inflation, but talk about it in the correct way. Know what you're talking about. Inflation's the result of items going up. Items going up isn't the result of inflation. It's the complete opposite thing. If items didn't go up in value, inflation wouldn't go up in value. Or percentage, I guess. MSG chips and MSG dip. I really miss having to buy a new laptop every time I download something. I never had an issue with LimeWire. I don't know what you be downloading, bro. You downloading some weird stuff. I would only use it for like music, though. Black garlic's actually really good. Can't say I've ever had it. Anybody have experience mailing slabs to your PSA vault, meaning graded slabs you have at home? No. But you'll just get like, it's pretty simple to mail it to them. Especially they're already slabbed. They're already in a protective case. Just get some fucking packing paper in a box and some tape. Good to go. I'm sure they give you the label and everything. I would imagine. Inflation equals increase in money supply. I don't really want to go down the inflation rabbit hole, but we can here. Where's in the United States, unadjusted consumer price index for all urban consumers is based on the prices of a market basket of food, 14% of total weight, energy, 8%, commodities less food and energy commodities, 21%, and services less energy services, 57%. The last category is divided by shelter, 32%, medical care services, 7%, and transportation services, 6%. So, like I said, we can talk about inflation, but know what you're talking about. Inflation is not increase in money supply. Inflation is increase in these baskets. If you're talking about the actual economic definition of inflation. So, if you're going to talk about it in the correct way. You can say items go up because money supply increases. Sure, that's fair. But inflation does not go up for that reason. Inflation goes up because of these items going up in value, because of these basket of items going up in value. I don't need to read a book. I don't need to read a book. I don't need to. It's all correlated. Yeah, the money supply going up, in turn should make items go up, which in turn should make inflation go up. But no, like, it's all correlated. It's all correlated, but you got to know what you're talking about if you're going to talk about it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Inflation is a totally different thing. The money supply going up is its own thing. Like, it's all correlated. It's all correlated, but just come on. Inflation's its own little thing. It's its own little economic indicator. Everything has their own little economic indicator. There's CPI, there's PPI, there's so many different ones. I know what I'm talking about too, my friend. You gotta get a car graded, I think. I don't think you could just add it to the vault. Yeah, you can. There's a thing for it, I'm pretty sure. You just PSA send to vault into Google. How to ship to vault, support to PSA. Tell you right here. Ship to your personal vault. Make sure your items are free of stickers, sleeves, or team bags. Help protect your item in transit. Placing protective cardboard on both sides. Wrapping the card. Using a bubble mailer, even if going inside of a box. Ship your package using a major carrier to your personal vault address, which can be found under your account My Profile ID. Okay, so that's pretty simple. That's kind of cool, though, because that's actually really dope, because you could send your card to someone else's vault if you wanted. That's really interesting. If you had someone else's vault ID and their address and stuff, you could send it to them. That's kind of cool. But yeah, they have all the info on their website. More money in circulation, more competition in buying assets, and the prices go up. Yep. But inflation's its own thing. It doesn't have, it's like I said, it's all correlated, but inflation's its own little indicator. It's its own little economic thing. It's a little unclear. I've been dipping through their app. I do see an option for it on the PSA app for the slabs. I've had it mailed to me recently, but a little confusing. Oh, it's really not confusing though. Like, I'll go to my vault and they make it pretty clear. Here. I gotta log in real quick. So you would go to your account, I think. Hopefully. Oh wait. Okay. Never mind. Good thing I yeah. PSA vault, I believe. Or wait, where do you go? I know you go somewhere in here. Hold up. Hold up. Intermission. I know I've gotten to it before. I just don't remember what you click. Is it this? Oh, yeah. I see. Okay. So you just go in here. Whoops. You just go, well, if you go from the Power Pack website, you just click on Actions, and you click Vault Items, and then your vault address, you give them your name, there's your vault number, and then you would just ship it to this address. The 600 ships landing way. Well, I mean, your address is probably the same as mine. I don't know. I assume it is, but this is all you would do. This is what you would put on the shipping label. Like, it's actually very straightforward. You would just go to USPS or FedEx or whatever with a shipping label with this info on it. Like, you would have to make sure your vault code's right there, And then they have full shipping instructions right here. Right down here. And yeah, it's actually, they have it all set up for you. It's all set up. Should read a book about inflation. There's many books about inflation. I know how inflation works, Humberto. All I'm saying is if you're going to talk about it in the correct way. It's not black and white. Some things go up in value, some things go down in value. Not everything goes up in value. Over time, yeah, sure, it probably does. On average, it probably does go up in value, but not all the time. I plan on holding pretty long, but when it does come time to sell the cards, I probably will do it through the PSA vault. From the eBay sales I look at, all the PSA vault sales crush. Just depends on the card. Some cards aren't liquid, but you have nice cards, so I'm sure you won't have any problem with that. I think the vault's only accessible after you send in the raw card. No. I already showed it. I think the chat of your stream is not the place to discuss a problem like this. Definitely not. Definitely not. Talk about how you're gonna get rich off inflation instead of worrying about it. I bet GameStop will help you. Huge sounds like it's possible. Now I see what's happening when the site Investopedia gives that definition. Not possible, contradict. Internet information overrules the book's information. I have been using trading economics for years. I would say it's a pretty relevant source for economic data, considering it's one of the only one of the only websites that gives every country's economic data every single day. I'm sure there's other websites, but from my experience, it's the most accurate and efficient one. So yeah, I'm gonna trust an updated website that gets updated every single day, still to this day, over an old book. Yes, that is exactly what I'm gonna do, because I prefer that. One day, hobos will be asking for you to send them cards to their PSA vault in lieu of cash. The relationship between the money supply and economic size is called the quantity theory of money. People argue this shit all the time. Seems like the supply and demand of money, both money and goods, cause rises. It's all correlated. Doesn't need to be complicated, but there's still certain different different definitions for different economic indicators, and there's different reasons why they go up. Yeah, it's all correlated, you know. One cause, you know, is an effect, as we saw earlier when we were looking at the mortgage rates and mortgage demand. Like it's all correlated, but there's still very specific definitions for each thing. That's all I'm saying. It's not that big of a deal. The vault will be downloaded into your brain. I mean, if you get the Neuralink, for sure. When they print money out the ass, blame that. When something's scarce, blame that. I mean, it's all just economics. It's nothing too crazy, I would say. Mostly viewed it from mobile, so it hadn't been as clear. Thanks for going through it. Yeah, for sure. Hopefully it helps. That way it's difficult to understand why the houses in the entire world go up. It seems that some houses go up, good picks, and others go down, rough picks. Yeah, but houses also go up in value for other reasons. Maybe the wood, maybe the brick on the house went up in value. Maybe the copper went up in value. Maybe the interest rates went down, so the house goes up in value. Maybe the location. Like there's so many things. There's it's never one reason when it comes to economics. I feel like everyone wants to put economics in this little box, inflation, this little box, which it you know, it is a basket of things, but it's so much more than what people try to simply explain it. It's way more than that. That's literally all I'm trying to say. If that's too hard to understand, then we can't have a conversation about economics, because what I'm saying is accurate. PSA vault in the mind at all times would be kind of chill. Chip me. I'm spiraling downward. Carbon black dye is banned in the US, but it's an ingredient in the demigorgon dip. What? Really? That's wild, dude. That's actually wild. That's wild, bro. What the heck? Having assets, just that. Having assets, buy and hold assets. Well, there we go. What assets, though? What's my name? What's my name? What's up, RV? How you doing, bro? Glad to see you in here again. Hope you're doing good, bro. God bless. That's way internet rules. Damn right. Damn right, the internet rules. Her demigorgon dip can be used to seal coat driveways. Picking the best assets, money go up faster. Fair enough. It's like dipping your chips in Flex Seal. Flex tape. You can use demigorgon sauce to feel the cracks in this boat. Picking the not so good assets, value goes up slower. Well, thank you, Humberto. Thank you. Wow. Thank you, Humberto. Really appreciate that great insight. Wow. Wow, thank you. Crazy. Holy shit. Oh my god. Flex seal your insides with the Demigorgon dip. You're very articulated and clear, thank you. Sometimes. I appreciate the nice comment, Wise Jack. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm just spitting nonsense, though. It happens. So it is what it is when you stream 6 hours a day. You know, sometimes eventually you're going to say something stupid. Stream's kind of crushing. Yeah, it is doing well right now. Kind of interesting. Bunch of people probably FOMO'd into options. Shag crushed Doritos and you get Flex Seal. Where were you years ago? Buy shit, get shit, who knew? Back to square on when I come to choose what to buy, like who knows? You have 100 different assets, some of them will go up 100% or more. I mean, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. See, I like that point. Thank you. Thank you. That's irrelevant, because you're right. The more assets, the better. I agree. 100%. You know, I'm a degenerate and I have all my money in GameStop, but if it wasn't for that, I would have my money in 100 different assets. See, I can agree with you when you have good, fair points and you actually know what you're talking about, but when you're trying to make everything like so generalized and black and white, like that's tough. It's tough for me to agree. Like I couldn't agree with the first few comments, but I can't agree with that one. Probably a lot of people looking forward to the Demigorgon dip and appreciating the commentary. I feel like a lot of people are going to buy the Demigorgon dip to collect it. They're just going to have Demigorgon dip sitting in their closet for like 30 years. Alright, is there anything else we can... Oh yeah, I'm interested to see what's going to happen when YouTube launches this AI thing. This might help me blow up the channel even more. Could be interesting. I was researching it a little bit last night. We'll have to see when it finally gets released. Is there any other news? Still a brain rot mascot disappears from Roblox after copyright dispute. Yeah, I think that's... We read the rest of that yesterday. I guess if you start with 1,000, it only takes 10 100% trades to be a millionaire. Yeah. But 100%'s unrealistic. Unless your time frame is really long. You need to have a really long time frame or be extremely good at what you do. Sometimes one in the 100 assets goes burr and goes up 1,000 because inflation anticipates. Oh my gosh, bro. No, that's not why. If an asset goes up 1,000%, it's because of reasons not because of inflation. That's crazy. You're trying to put the cause before the effect. Or did I say that right? See, inflation is the cause, or the effect. Something going up is its own thing. Something going up causes the inflation, right? Or affects the inflation? I don't know. I don't know how to put it in those terms, but something going up 1,000% isn't because of inflation. It went up 1,000% and inflation increased after that. If the item is in the basket that causes inflation to go up. Come on, bro. I'm gonna anytime you say inflation, I'm just gonna ignore it. Because I don't see why it's so hard to understand. Lawsuits the Demigorgon dip. It's a good idea to buy some. More AI bots coming to YouTube. Nah, they're adding like AI editing tools and being able to create clips straight from the YouTube studios. It's actually going to be a massive update for creators. Pretty excited about it. Should be really dope. The inflation anticipation is what matters today, and the rate cut thing, no. Inflation should go up because of the rate cut, but we'll see. That's not. You're trying to predict something that hasn't even happened yet. Like that should happen. That should happen because it's happened the past couple times, but we'll see. We'll see. A 0.25 rate cut is nothing. Literally, it's literally nothing. People are acting like it's something, but it's really nothing. What's your rate cut prediction for today's Fed meeting and for the rest of 2025? Well, they're cutting rates. You don't really need to predict that, and I don't know. I don't put any weight on this stuff because to me it doesn't matter. You know, it's a short-term volatile event because for some reason traders anticipate it, and most traders just get absolutely wrecked during this because most people don't know how to trade. So this is, you know, the Fed interest rate cut from my perspective is literally nothing. Everyone already knows what's going to happen. And yeah, you know, as far as the rest of 25, they're expecting 2 more rate cuts, but we'll see how it we'll see how it affects inflation and other things. And yeah, we'll see. I don't think they're going to do more interest rate cuts after this until maybe next year, but the market seems to think that they're going to do 2 more for some reason. But yeah, I don't until the rates have been cut like 1%, 1.5%, like it's really nothing. And if you're not, like, you could have made a TLT trade a while ago. Like, you could have traded the interest rates quite a while ago and you'd be in a really good position right now. Like, the interest rates weren't moving for literally 3 months. Like, you could have been accumulating TLT, and, you know, if you were really trying to make money off of interest rates going down, or federal, interest rates going down, you know, as the Fed fund rate comes down, bond rates should also come down, and TLT should go up because TLT is the inverse of bond yields, basically. It's basically buying bonds, the actual bonds, not for the yield, whatever, if that makes sense. So if you wanted to profit off of that, you know, you would have been accumulating this whole time. And yeah, I don't know. That stuff is, unless you're really trying to trade it and paying attention, it's not really my focus right now. You know, GameStop's the focus, so it's hard to say what it really affects for anyone who's investing the same way as me. You know, if you're doing normal everyday investing, I think you need a lot more time than a year, or I mean 2025, 3 months. I think you need a lot more time, like a year or 2, maybe even 3, to see the effects of all this stuff. Will be no jobs when AGI is achieved. What do you mean by that? Anticipation suggests that made moves before today does it. I don't know what you mean by that. Can't before the horse, maybe. Cart before the horse, maybe. The Dutch had hyperinflation, and that's why tulips went crazy. I'm not sure about that. Inflation's the effect, the cause is always argued. Yeah, that's a fair way to put it. Inflation didn't cause eggs to cost $8 a dozen. Yeah, exactly. The reason why eggs went up so much was because of that chicken disease. I can't remember. Everyone had to kill their chickens, I'm pretty sure. if I'm not mistaken. It wasn't because of inflation. Eggs are back down. You know, we can literally go look at eggs. You know, you have on trading economics, you have everything. You can look at everything. We can literally look at eggs prices right now. Like there's milk right there, rubber, orange juice, coffee. Like trading economics has literally everything in the world. Where's eggs? I know it has eggs somewhere in here. I've looked at it before. Oh, it's right here. See, eggs US. See, look. Look at that. I would say this is the perfect example of why, you know, people are always so focused on inflation. No, items go up in value. And when items go up in value, inflation goes up. It's not inflation goes up and then items go up. That's not really how it works. Eggs were $8 a dozen back in February. Now they're $2. Like, this is a perfect chart. Perfect example. Perfect example right there. Assets go bursh. Maybe. You never know. You never know. Inflation bot's out today. Nah, Humberto's just a funny guy. Humberto literally comments on every single short I post. He's just a true follower. He's a true follower. We used to have horse-drawn carriages. Now we car-drawn horse. GG horses. Well played. Market waiting for the announcement. What do you think will happen when the interest rates go to 0 or negative in the next months? Things will get really expensive as assets grow in value and people start to take profits and move their money from assets to other things. And if that happens and, you know, certain items start to go up in value, inflation will go up. You know, it's not interest rates go to 0 and inflation goes up. No, it's inflation going up because of other things. Yeah. 0.25 basis point cut as usual. They did a 0.5 last time, didn't they? Negative interest rates. The banks are going to pay me to borrow. Come on. Banks would fail. It happens in other countries. It happens in other countries. If the assets are outpacing, it doesn't really matter if they have to pay you. Way the banks go bankrupt in 23. Cash App put out that they don't support warrant exercise, FYI. Yeah, anyone who has I would if you have like an account that has margin, I would potentially get the margin taken off your account. Cuz I got the margin taken off my main account and they like grouped all my purchases almost like the shares weren't in there. It's almost like they rebought the shares or something. It's kind of wild, actually. Maybe they just grouped it for convenience and to make it look clean. I'm not sure, but I did remove margin from one of my accounts, and it was just weird. It seemed weird. Seemed very weird. When a price goes up, like GameStop share price, don't go into the straight line, go up and down, but in a trend. Helping your short. I don't know what you're trying to say there. Helping the shorts. Well, thank you, bro. Price rise either through monetary policy or in eggs case outside non-economical factors. Yeah, exactly. Call that environmental factors. Yeah. Eggs is a good example. That was a good example. A good recent example. That's happened many times. Many different things. No gaming news. Didn't we read this yesterday? Yeah, we read that yesterday. Let's see. Waymo's headed to Nashville in 26. China reportedly bans tech companies from buying NVIDIA's AI chips. Fiverr's laying off 250 employees to become an AI first company. Amazon event September 30th. NHTSA is investigating Tesla over its electronic door handles. Yeah, we read the rest of that yesterday. Not much news, as usual. I mean, at least we got the Fed thing coming up here in a little bit. Oh wait, I think we still have like 2 hours. Rip. Rip. Let's see. Ryan Cohen should be selling e-bikes. There's just strong correlation between M2 and all-time highs that people don't like to ignore from what I can tell. Japan's just coming out a negative rate environment, I think. Shortly before COVID, eggs were often on sale for 69 cents per dozen here in Minnesota. I remember thinking that's too cheap. Farmers can't be making any money. Yeah, that's interesting. Or maybe, maybe farmers, it was just cheaper for farmers to produce that stuff. Now it's more expensive for them to produce it for whatever reasons it may be, feed, equipment, fuel, like so many things. How much eggs cost in 1995? No, it won't let me go that far anymore. Not without a subscription. They used to let me. They clapped that website a little bit. Unfortunately. I wish. I'm sure you could look at like futures or something. No news releases. No filings, I'm sure. Nope. They update this yet? Nope. Nothing. Whole lot of nothing. Leaps on eggs. Be some expensive leaps. Because I'm pretty sure the only way you'd be able to trade eggs is through futures. I don't know if there's a stock index for eggs. Futures are expensive. Very expensive. Especially the options. Price of chickens can't went up. Probably not. Because I'm pretty sure they just slaughtered all the chickens and potentially, I don't know. Who knows? Where's trading economics? There it is. We can look. They have the prices of chicken on here. Just gotta find it. Poultry. Well, we gotta first check. When was it? $8 back in February. February, end of February, beginning of March. So go to poultry. End of February, beginning of March. I mean, it was up a little bit, but it wasn't up as massive as eggs. You know, it didn't triple. It's just up a little bit. I guess it, almost doubled since 2023, but still, it didn't go up as much as eggs. Price prediction on eggs to 2035 equals $35. You think eggs are gonna quadruple in 10 years? Well, actually now they're at $2. You think eggs are gonna 20x, 30x in 10 years? Yeah, you're gonna have to show your work on that one. You're gonna have to show your work on that one, bro. What's up, Michael Casper? Varley, what's up, Varley? Eggs cost $8. No, eggs cost $2. They costed $8 for a blip in time. They cost $2 now. Chickens you buy to eat are not the same chickens you're getting your eggs from. That's fair. That's fair. Same eggs in January 95 were 88 cents. Yeah, there's literally the chart right here. Like, maybe the store is a little different because you have to pay for the eggs to get to the store and ship to the store, and all the things that go into getting those eggs on the shelf. Yeah, sure, you might have to pay more at the store because of those factors, but in reality, if you actually look at the price of eggs, they're $2 a dozen. It's right here on this chart. So I don't know how you can argue against this when it's literally right in front of your face. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Kind of interesting. Just because they're more than $2 at the store doesn't mean the eggs aren't $2. The eggs are $2. But you have to factor in all the costs it takes to get them to that store on the shelf for you to buy. Imagine thinking anyone can afford eggs at the rate we're going. Eggs are just fine. Eggs are chilling. I eat eggs almost every day. Well, not every day, but so eggs were 88 cents in January 1995, but they're $2 now. So they've doubled in 20 years. And you're trying to say that it's going to 20, 30x in 10. That's literally what you're saying. And I disagree. I don't think that's accurate. I don't think that's accurate. What else do you guys want to look at? You want to look at lean hogs? You want to look at salmon? I mean, salmon's down 9% today. Salmon's down 31% on the year. Wait, I thought inflation was going up. Why is salmon down 31% on the year? That's weird. That's weird. That's crazy. That's crazy. Humberto's trying to egg you on. I mean, I'm good. I just don't want the people in the chat to be miseducated. Like, if there's actually real people out there listening, I'm not gonna let them read Humberto's message and think it's that simple. I'm gonna say what I think. This is, it's my stream. I'm gonna say what I think because I feel like I have a pretty good grasp on economics, as most things when it comes to anything financial. Existential crisis. 20x on eggs. Time to buy leaps for 2035. The price action for a chicken. I think it was $7, $6 for a pound. I can't remember. We already looked at it. $8. But it's also gone up almost $1 in the past week or two. I'm having salmon for dinner. I'm having salmon for dinner. That sounds good. I haven't had salmon in a while. That sounds great. Look at that, though. Feeder cattle's gone up a lot in the time. This shit's crazy. That's crazy. Did Jerome cut rates? They're going to cut rates, but still got like 2 hours. Humberto seems to be an expert. That's why we're here trading every day. It's necessary. I don't trade, so I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm sure most people who are here, if they trade every day, they don't make money. So I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that. Anyone who claims to be a profitable trader, you'd have to show your work. And not just show me a year of profitability. You'd have to show me your career of trading. I don't know. We can look at corn. Corn, bro. We can look at everything. Cheese. Can be an egg-centric character. I only trade sarcastic banter. I wonder if they have a stream for Jerome Powell ready yet. I need to make sure my shit's set up still. It's been a while since we've watched one of these. I don't even have one scheduled. Hey, look, there's me. Oh, is this it? I think this is it. Yeah. Let's see. We still got this. This still work? Oh, look at that shit, bro. Look at that shit. We're in the game. We're in the game. What is this one? I don't know what that one does. What does this one do? I don't remember why I have this one. Oh well. Alright, cool. At least that works. Wait, does it show the whole video though? Oh yeah, perfect. Perfect. Mr. Jerome. It's actually easy to make eggs 20x. Just invent deadly virus, take your position on market, profit. There you go. See, I like that. I like that way of thinking. We need that deadly virus ASAP. We're gonna get rich. What's an exit strategy? Jerome could express itself in a different way to people understand. He could just say prices of things will go up. And that's not his what? I feel like you're like just trolling. Oh man. Not really trolling, but I'll speak less today. I just don't get what you're even trying to say, bro. That's all. I just have no clue what you're even trying to say. Jerome's job, his job is to go out here, tell you the roadmap, give you the roadmap, and it's up for you. It's up for you to decide how you perceive that information. Like, but ultimately, anything he says doesn't matter. They give you the whole report. You can read it. Like, I don't know. I just don't think it's not that serious. 95% of people understand what Jerome Powell will say today? No, because everyone who listens to Jerome Powell is just trying to make money on the stock market through volatility. Nobody actually listens. Nobody actually cares. So even if he literally spoke to people like a little baby, and he was like, he held your hand, people still wouldn't listen. So I just you're giving the average person too much credit when it comes to this stuff, I think, because the average person doesn't give a fuck. They're just trying to make $1 through a little day trade because they're addicted to trading. what he's saying affect 100% of the people? Nope. No, it doesn't. We're definitely not. Just drop it, bro. Just drop it. If you think that, man, that's crazy. You're just like every other trader I know. The Federal Reserve is a whole board of people. It's a whole group of people. It's not just Jerome Powell. Just because he's the chairman, the face, and he provides you with the information doesn't mean anything. The information is what matters. Jerome Powell doesn't really matter. I think there's a small language barrier here. I think Humberto means to say the simple language for rate cuts would be we're lowering the cost to borrow money. Maybe. Could be. But even if he said that, like, you should know that. If you're watching Jerome Powell and you don't know that, then I don't know. But what does that have to do with anything? Like, how does that benefit anyone? Like, that would be a better question. How does Jerome Powell coming out and telling you that benefit anyone? Why would that matter? Check ChatGPT. We need ChatGPT. I should just start answering every question. ChatGPT. What he's saying. ChatGPT could be a good resource. Definitely not. ChatGPT is a terrible resource. Infinite money printing plus infinite inflation cycle will be turned on today. No, they're just cutting rates 0.25%. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal. It's all good. What color will Pal's necktie be? Ooh, that's a good question. Is it do you short it? Do you short if it's like green or something? Are you supposed to short? I don't know the lore. Is it like purple you buy? I don't know. I actually don't know the lore. Powell isn't concerned about the stock market. I respect that he sticks to the primary objective despite outside pressure. Exactly. Stock market doesn't matter. It's the economics as a whole. Assets just go up, and stock markets consistently are just bullish throughout time. At least so it seems. So it seems. I mean, inflation would be through the roof right now. Inflation. It definitely went up the last cut. Definitely went up the last cut. We'll see if it comes up this cut. We'll just see. But as long as it goes up and comes down. And I mean, who knows? Like, I don't really pay close enough attention to economics to see like what's raising in value to cause inflation to go up when these rate cuts happen. I don't know. I don't really pay that close of attention. Could be just a little mix of everything going up a tiny bit. But yeah. What's a record high in stock market say about inflation? It says people have more money than ever, and they're trying to put their money in something that grows in value, and they continue to raise the price of the index by putting more and more money in it. And when they stop putting money in it and it stops going up, people will start taking profits and people will start shorting, and then it'll go down. Has nothing to do with inflation. Has everything to do with how much money people have. If people didn't have money, they wouldn't be putting it into the stock market, and the stock market wouldn't be going up. Too many gamblers. I mean, not really. The S&P is 401ks, the most highly traded thing on the market, probably. I don't know. I don't know if that's for sure, but it's definitely got to be up there, like top 5. So, partly gamblers, but the S&P in general and most indexes is where most people's retirements go. So, those never stop getting added to. But yeah, a lot of gamblers too. But people who day trade aren't really raising the price. It's more long-term investors who actually hold their positions that are raising the price over time. And then when you see markets go down, in some cases, and a lot of cases, it's people who are short. People are shorting because they think the long term of the future is negative. Day traders don't really they affect like the daily price swings, whatever, but day traders really don't affect whether it's going up or down. I thought people just put cheap debt into the markets if rates are low enough. If rates are low enough and you're able to borrow money and use that money to invest, and the money you're investing outpaces the debt, I mean, sure. If people are putting more money into the market, it should go up. Where that money's coming from, that could be hundreds of different places. Pension money, yeah, exactly. Exactly. What's up, Faz? Faz? Suppose you can short with cheap debt too if you'd like. Yeah. Well, when you're shorting, you get money in return. You get the cash when you're shorting. So you don't actually need debt to short. You can just short. People don't understand the meaning of leverage. Yeah, the leverage got to make sense though. Yeah, there's that aspect too. People buy a lot of investments on margin and stuff. There's definitely that aspect too. I think it's all about market cap, and average retail investor doesn't buy or sell enough to change the price. Yeah, exactly. They can't, they can affect, enough traders do affect the short-term daily price swings, but when you're talking about, like Microsoft didn't go to $500 because of day traders and gamblers. Microsoft is up at $500 because people see it as a valuable investment, and Microsoft is one of the biggest companies in the world, and it's probably going to only continue to grow. So the stock, in theory, should only continue to go up, and more and more people are going to invest in that thing as time goes on, and that should, in turn, keep it going up. But eventually, at some point, you should hit a point where people who are bearish or whatever it may be will take a position, and then you'll see, for who knows how long, months, years, like, it depends, you'll see downward price pressure as shorts are positioning long term. And then, it's just yeah. But Day traders and stuff don't really affect much. Institutions, yep. Where does the money come from? Everywhere. So any crypto markets exposure, I'd like to see it just tick away like indexes, like if pension funds were in more heavily and stuff, or more passively maybe, I mean. Yeah, I mean, that's already happening. It's just, are any of the altcoins going to be winners? Because mostly everyone's only focused on Bitcoin and Ethereum. I think it's just too risky. Crypto is backed by anything. I mean, it has the price it takes to mine it, and there's a lot of things. Whereas everywhere, from your job, from your investments going up, if you're a shorter, from your investments going down, if maybe you sell something, maybe you inherit something, uh, like, what do you mean everywhere? Like, I don't. Like, what do you mean? Maybe you go get a loan from a bank. Like, the money comes from everywhere and anywhere. There's so many places to get money. I don't really get what you're trying to say, or long enough. There will be a crypto index / basket eventually. They already have that. Well, but I guess it's only for Bitcoin or Ethereum. I don't know. Very debatable. We'll see. See the stock market and crypto as a zero sum game. I don't really. I mean, I think all assets generally are similar. I just not a big fan. Like, I'm just not a big fan of crypto. That's all. I think everyone already made their massive bag off crypto, and you know, maybe it keeps going up, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. I'm sure it will, just as every other asset will continue to go up in value. But I guess I don't really understand your question. I just think assets in general, in a long enough time frame, you should see them all go up in value, whether it be crypto and stocks, real estate, even potentially collectibles. Like anything that people find value in or put their money in to hold, I think it'll always go up if you're looking on a long enough time frame. But if you're looking in like altcoins or specific companies in business, there's going to be winners and losers in those spaces. But if you're talking about basic indexes, basic real estate like Bitcoin, Ethereum, your top coins, all that stuff should just continue to go up over time. But who knows? That's the risk, I guess. I feel like that's what Michael Saylor is in the media so often lately, trying to push MicroStrategy is losing the longer Bitcoin stays sale. Yeah, it does. 100%. All those companies lose. Well, actually, the companies aren't going to lose. The shareholders are going to lose because the company's just going to dilute the fuck out of their shareholders, and the shareholders are going to get clapped while the company still continues to hold a fuck ton of Bitcoin. So it's not, the company's not even going to lose if crypto stays the same price. It's the shareholders who are going to get clapped. It's hilarious. Every time you say "what do you mean" reminds me of Jennifer Lawrence meme. I don't know if I know that meme. Are we talking like they have real control over these economies? All these markets work in the same dynamics. As everyone sells, it goes to zero. If everyone buys it, doesn't. They all act the same. Yeah, pretty much. It's just what's going to be relevant in the next 5, 10, 20, 30 years. You know, I would say your top crypto coins are going to be relevant. I would say your indexes in the stock market are going to be relevant. I would say Pokemon's going to be relevant. I'd say real estate's going to be relevant unless it's way too expensive to manage. You know, I have a big issue with real estate too. You know, it's issues, even though real estate's a very interesting one. I have a big issue with it. But yeah, all those basic assets should do well. But to be able to pick a winner through a potential outperformer in all of those things, that's going to be a whole different thing. Even goddamn Beanie Babies went up in value. Exactly. Only for a moment, though. Only for a moment. Some things have moments. You know, Beanie Babies didn't go up in value for like a week and then sell off. I'm sure, I don't know exactly. Like, I don't know fully the Beanie Baby craze, but I bet they were extremely valuable for months. And then they lost relevance, I guess, for lack of a better word. The tickers could still be relevant in 30 years, but things move on. They'll all be very different companies, services by then. Maybe new tickers take over. Who knows? Yeah, for sure. For sure. You really never know. And if it's like, you know, if you're talking about stocks, like stocks in a company, if it pays out like a dividend 30 years for 20, 30 years from now, it could potentially be the same price as you bought it, but you've gotten 20, 30 years of dividends as if you were a shareholder. I think that one, some people could control economy. I wouldn't be in Corey's stream. I'd be the person in that person's stream or website. I'm here because Corey understands many things about finance and economy. One of the best in YouTube. Well, I appreciate that, bro. I've spent a lot of my life doing this shit. But I appreciate the conversations when I can actually understand what you're trying to explain. It's just sometimes I think Son of Harold said it best. The language barrier might be an issue. Potentially. Didn't Ryan Cohen mention that? Bitcoin in like a hedge against inflation in the age of money printing, something like that. Yeah, potential hedge though. You know, if he thought Bitcoin was the best thing to buy ever, he would have YOLO'd billions of dollars on it. But Ryan Cohen obviously feels the same way I do about Bitcoin, and that's why they only bought 500 million of it, because you know, sure, Bitcoin could go up and everyone who's investing in it right now could absolutely crush. All the companies raising debt, you know, they could crush. Like, I'm not going to say that can't happen, but what happens when it doesn't? What happens when everyone's wrong? You know, the masses tend to get things wrong. You know, crypto had its moment. The stock market had its moment. Even GameStop had its moment. Who knows if GameStop actually works out, but we'll see. We'll see. Good point. If Bitcoin dies tomorrow, it wouldn't mean it was a scam all along. People view this speculation thing all wrong sometimes. I mean, Tulips had a craze with the flower ain't a scam. Yeah, exactly. Bitcoin has value behind it, you know, it costs money to mine it. There's only a finite amount of it. Like it has value in its own ways, but how much value does it actually have? You know, we have yet to see. Once all the Bitcoin's been mined and the price discovery is said and done, what price will it actually be sitting at? You know, maybe it does just continue to go up throughout time like gold, but who knows? Who knows? Gold was stagnant for an extremely long time before it finally started to make the moves it's been making the past like year or so. Few years, I guess. Like it was stagnant for an extremely long time. Fed rate cut 0.25. It's already in the cards. I don't think they'll do a 0.5. A 0.5 would be a massive surprise for the market. Everyone's pricing in 0.25. Change my mind in some things with you, principal and GameStop information and knowledge. I try to be the I try to not be like I try not to confirm people's biases, so I'm glad someone benefits from it. The whole company treasury Bitcoin thing is a small bet for Ryan Cohen. He said if the thesis is true. Yeah, I mean 500 million Bitcoin's a massive position still, if you think about it. I think they're still like top 10, 15 holders of Bitcoin. I don't know exactly, but still a massive position. How many Bitcoin Ryan Cohen owns personally would tell his conviction on the hedge thing. He may not even own any himself. I don't think he does. At least it's not public. I think he only has Alibaba, Apple, Wells Fargo, and GameStop. Those are his only public positions. And it would make sense. 100% agreed with that position. If he thought it was the best investment, he would have YOLO'd the 10 billion on Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly. Best trade in the world one day. Don't give me your opinion. Show me your position. Corey has the best position in the world, long in GameStop. We'll see. We'll see. I hope so. I hope so, Humberto. I hope so. It's been an interesting ride so far. I'll say that. It's been an interesting ride. I think I read somewhere that Roman generals got 1 ounce of gold per month wages. Gold prices today, you'd still want an ounce a month. Damn right. I wish. I think we see 50 basis points today with only one more cut happening in November. If 50 today doesn't skew things in October. I've only seen a surprise like 1 or 2 times. Usually the market has it pretty correct. You can go to the Fed rate I've showed this many times, but you just go to Fed rate monitor tool on investing.com, and this literally tells you what the market's expecting the Fed to do, and they're pricing in a 0.25, like 97% sure. And then, you know, you can go all the way to end of 2026 on this thing. Like by the end of 2026, the market's expecting potentially under 3%. So it's pretty much all laid out. It should switch up after this Fed meeting today, because I don't think they're going to do any more cuts this year. But it should be a 0.25. Like I said, I've only seen the market wrong like once or twice in the 6-7 years I've been looking at this thing. So they're usually accurate. I think so. All Ryan Cohen moves as a CEO are genius. I think so as well. We'll see. Would Ryan Cohen have to declare Bitcoin ownership? Seems like if you're taking money off system kind of thing, I'd keep it to himself. No, I don't think you'd have to declare something like that. I don't even think he's a big enough shareholder in like Alibaba or Apple or Wells Fargo. Well, I think he's one of the biggest shareholders in what Apple potentially. Let me see. I can't remember actually. His Apple one might actually be public with like a 13F. Maybe not. I thought he was one of the biggest shareholders in this. I guess not. But yeah, I don't think he has enough to be filing a 13F for any of these companies. What is the company with not overpaid executive profits, 10 billion cash and equivalent with so many investors well informed? None of there's none. Besides Berkshire, but Berkshire is a whole different level. And about a guitar hero who's winning. Larry Chang. Larry Chang can never lose, bro. Jerome Powell countdown ticker. There's one right here, but it's blocked behind my webcam. Maybe you can see it like that. I don't know. There you go. Probably can't see it that well. It's a little small. Can't agree with the dude who thinks he should YOLO 10 billion, even if he does think it's the best thing, since slice of bread seems to be a crazy move. I mean, from my perspective, the only reason they would have done it is to cause a squeeze, but I don't think that's the goal. I think the goal is just to have a consistently good investment that goes up over the next decades. Company that can be compared with GameStop in the market could be Berkshire. GameStop is the Berkshire of the poor. That's fair. That is fair. So we sit here bored for 2 hours just to listen to that boring old fart for another hour. And this is an important Fed meeting. It's actually going to be an important one to listen to, I would think. I would say the past like 3-4 years hasn't really been worth paying attention, but the past couple or the past few Fed decisions I would say are important enough to pay attention. Like most of the time there's nothing going on, but when they actually start doing things, that's when you kind of want to start paying attention. Even though nothing will probably ever, it's going to be years before it ever matters. But you want to pay attention when they're making moves. We'll know the rate cut decision for the speech, I think. Yeah, it comes out before the speech. Big money's into it. Yeah, but they're not trading it. They're just seeing. They're just doing what I do. They just watch. They just listen. The Fed tells you the future if you pay attention. In a lot of ways. In a lot of ways, they tell you the future. But yeah, we are gonna listen to this boring old geezer today because I want to listen to it. I know it's not the most exciting stream thing, it's definitely not, but I want to listen to it. Big money. Let's see. Soon Berkshire stockholders will start to sell their Berkshire shares and buy GameStop. Maybe. Potentially. I mean, Berkshire's trading what the assets are valued at, so Berkshire should continue to hold its price. I don't know why the degens don't just pick a date like every third week of the month. Press random trades as though J Pow's on. What? What? Demigorgon dip's all I can think about. I want to get some Demigorgon dip, bro. I need that sealant inside of me. I need some fresh sealant. Holding Berkshire and GameStop's like having the infinite glove. As long as they're making money. Berkshire could change a lot with Greg Abel in charge. You never know. I better run to the store and get some snacks for the Fed meeting. Yeah, it's gonna be long. The Fed speech is usually pretty long. I'm gonna probably cook some food while it's on. Seems to me degens just wait for a PAL meeting, then start flicking coins. Coordinately kind of thing. They can choose to do that, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's just because it's a volatility event. People think they can profit off, which you can. You can profit off volatility. A lot of people do. That's why people trade it. But unless you actually know what you're doing and you have a strategy that works long term, nobody's making money off of this. Long term. Some people are going to make money today. Obviously. You can make money you could go to the casino right now and spin a slot machine and make money. Like, is what it is. Like, people are going to make money today off of the volatility, but majority of people lose. So it's just, it is what it is. If people didn't make money doing it, they wouldn't do it. It's only a volatility event because they all wait for the same time to make bets. I don't know how I mean. See, I think the opposite. I think they already have their bets made, and then when you get the reaction, you're seeing them. I mean, there's people trading every single second of every day, so it's a mixture of people reacting and acting. I feel like Corey's contemplating a Roaring Kitty halftime for Fed chair. Nah, no Roaring Kitty halftime today. Jerome Powell's taking the spotlight. Market is trading unchanged, waiting for the decision. We'll see. We'll see. I would say it's probably not going to move. I think everyone already knows what's going to happen. I would say if they give a potential roadmap going forward, anything changes from that perspective, that's what's going to matter. But the cut itself probably doesn't matter. Everyone already knows it's going to happen. I just like seeing the volatility. Then tomorrow I was like, oh well, did that even happen? Back to yesterday's price. Bitcoin especially dumps and then ends back exactly where it is sometimes in like an hour. Yeah, exactly. Just a bunch of people getting wrecked. You know, some people making money, but just a bunch of people getting wrecked. Price prediction for the move of GameStop after the cut. It's not going to move. Unless the whole market starts ripping or the whole market starts dipping, it's not going to move. Likely scenario for everything is it's not going to move. It's going to have its little volatility for like 30 minutes. You know, maybe it'll keep going up because the whole market's been bullish. But I don't know. I don't predict this stuff. I don't really. Doesn't even matter. I don't predict price action I can't predict. And I don't trade price action I can't predict. So, anyone trying to trade the Fed meeting today, good luck to you. Good luck to you, sir. / ma'am. If J Powell makes GME go to 30, I'm gonna buy a power pack for the one time. It's not going to 30 because of Jerome Powell. I'm sorry to say. Sorry to say it's not happening. GameStop's in its own little world, crushing options traders. It's probably not gonna move. I hope GameStop goes down, personally. I don't know why everyone wants it to go up. I want it to go down. I just don't think it's going to go down because I think there's a lot of other people who want it to go down. I think there's a lot of people who missed out and are waiting for that dip. Push start and a go. No, it's not. It's not quite Lambo season. It's not quite Lambo season. Maybe a year from now. You know, maybe a year from now might be Lambo season. Well, a year and 13 days. Maybe we'll see Lambo season. How long you want it down for? You got a target amount of shares or something? No, it would just be nice to buy more before the warrants come out because it would just be nice to get free warrants. I've bought enough to where it doesn't really matter, but it would be nice to buy a little bit more, potentially. When's the conclusion? I think it's like in an hour or so. Wait, you want an ad? You want an ad? Is that what you said? Oh man. I would turn ads off, but it's actually a decent day in the stream. I think about it often. I fear if I do, I may not have the merriment I wonder that I currently have. Is it true that Jerome Powell cut rates? Yeah, they're cutting rates today. We're to see the live right here. You're here. We're gonna be watching Jerome Powell live when he's live. You're at the right spot, my friend. Does Jerome Powell have GameStop shares? Definitely not. Leave them if you want them, just saying. Don't turn them off for me. I feel guilty for saying it. No, I'm not turning them off. I would turn them off if there was no traffic, but there's a lot of traffic in the. I mean, this is actually one of the biggest Jerome Powell streams we've had in a while. They used to be dead. They used to be dead streams. People are actually. I mean, it must be getting suggested. It's the only thing I could think of. It's 1 a.m. in China. Well, God bless. God bless. God bless. One special Lamborghini car, the GameStop shareholder special edition. What does it have on it? What's so custom? What's so special about it? Working hard to get life paid. Good. I hope it keeps going well. You could donate the proceeds to national debt. Wait, what? Oh, Jerome Powell? No, it's not his stream. If no pump, my family will be eating pot noodles instead of turkey for Christmas. We'll go work more hours then. Why are you here? Go work more hours, bro. You shouldn't be relying on a number on a screen to feed your family. Go work more. Like what? We're watching you 1 hour from now. Yep, 70 minutes. Dude's flexing. Last year we ate wrapping paper. What a show off. What a show off. That's funny. What a show off. Damn, you eating good with the pot noodles. Very interesting. Ah, I see. When you search Jerome Powell live, my stream's one of the first that pops up. That's why there's so much traffic today. Good luck, everyone, on your trades. Hope you all make profit. This cycle's been brutal. Not for us. Anyone who's in my stream has been crushing. Might be brutal for people trying to day trade and think they can time the market, but anyone who's been doing what I've been doing, I think you're probably killing it. I would assume. I'm so broke I had to watch him eat the wrapping paper. Had to ask my mom for gas money to get there. Try putting mine in the bin. Dad shouted, "You better put some water on that." Just doing spot buys on Binance. We got 69 minutes. 69 minutes until Jerome Powell comes live. 69 minutes, baby. Let's go. The interest rate decision should be out in the next, like, hour, though. What's up, Aaron? How you doing, bro? I'll be right back, chat. Oi. I don't know how to long and short, unfortunately, so only spot buys and pray. Well, you're probably better off for that. Most people who trade lose money, so I would say investing's your better bet. Two to 3x was not enough for me in round. Oh, that's crazy. People's expectations are too high these days. What will I trade today? Gold or SPY? I don't trade unprofitable trades, so neither. I trade when I can make money, not when everyone else is trading, so I can lose. Anyone trading today on the Fed decision here is good luck. That's all I'll say is good luck. I keep buying the dip, but it keeps dipping. Well, what are you buying? The S&P's at all-time highs. So Bitcoin's basically at all-time highs. Like, what are you buying? You're not. Are you buying just random garbage companies, random garbage altcoins? Like, yeah, I'd imagine you're not gonna make anything if you're not buying the correct things. I don't know. But good luck, bro. Good luck. I think you're thinking about it all wrong. You should be thinking about this stuff as an investment, not a get rich quick tomorrow thing. Superman owns a pair of Larry Chang pajamas. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. Appreciate you all being here. Get approaching an hour to Jerome Powell. S&P all-time highs, gold all-time highs, most of the things all-time highs. Even if Fed cut, what will you buy? Just wondering. I put all my money in GameStop, my friend. It's right there on the screen, up there. Up there? Is that right? Yeah, up there in that corner over there. You see that GameStop? That's what we put all our money in here. GameStop's not at all-time highs. Be nice if it was, though. On God. On God, bro. It'd be nice if it was, though. That's an accurate statement, though. That is an accurate statement right there. There's no control button on Larry Chang's computer. Larry Chang's always in control. Oh my gosh. What the hell? That's wildin', bro. That's wildin'. That was funny. That was a good one. That was a good one. We didn't take the thumbnail. Chat, we gotta get the thumbnail. I completely forgot. Spam some emotes in the chat, bro. Everyone spam some emotes, spam some W's. We gotta get this thumbnail, chat. I completely forgot about the thumbnail. hit some emotes. Remember to take profits or the market will take you? Nah, we ain't taking profits, bro. We're diamond hands on GameStop forever. When you have a good investment in something you actually believe in, you don't need to take profits. When you're just trading and praying and hoping, you know, maybe you probably should take profits, but when you're actually buying something you believe in long term, there's no point. There's no point. Just run it, bro. Just run it. Experiences may vary. Experiences may vary. All right. It's interesting seeing a lot of the comments for today. It's like the rest of the market's really struggling. It seems like, even though like your basic investments are at all-time highs, it's almost like everyone's just trying to time the market or something. I don't know, it's weird. It's weird, bro. It's very interesting. You don't need to know everything. You invest what you're good at. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You invest in what you believe in. Like everyone bought the top scary. I mean, maybe. Potentially. Back in 2022. When everyone was bullish. Literally everyone. Every single person was bullish back in 2022. You know, everyone's bullish now, but it's a little different. I'd say it's quite a bit different. You're only invested in GameStop. Nope. All in GameStop, bro. I guess I have Pokemon. I guess I have some Pokemon cards at this point. So, I guess I technically am invested in Pokemon cards too, but pretty much just GameStop. Jet fuel. This is your captain speaking. I hope you're ready for the flight. Jerome Powell is going to arrive here in about an hour, and then we're going to send this rocket off to the moon. So sit back and you're in your seat, make sure your seatbelts are fastened, and enjoy your flight. You see the Shark Tank Kevin guy calling Pokemon fine art? Nah, I haven't seen that, but it is fine art. It definitely is fine art, and it's convenient. You know, like normal art is big old fucking frame on your wall. Like you just have art in the palm of your hand. Interested in Nike and Ford? I haven't looked at those in a long time. And got a company using data. These targeted ads are trash. I guess they did update some things recently, so I could see it. That actually sounded fire. What price do you think most traders will start exercising the warrants? How far above 32? I suppose they'd want to see an upward trend after 32 for more certainty. I don't think it matters as long as it's trading over 35 or 40. I don't think it really matters. Even if it's trading at 32, like you just sell the warrants for what they're worth and maybe they issue more later on. Who knows? Like I don't think it really matters. But as long as it's trading over like 40 bucks, I'm exercising. I can't speak for everyone else. I hope it's trading much higher than 40 though. Seems, 40 seems like 40 50 seems like a more realistic target, but I hope it's trading way higher than that. Targeted ads are painting me such a boomer, selling me shoes that are easy to put on. Mesothelioma class action lawsuits. Man, they should be targeting game or gambling ads. What are they doing, man? It should be all gambling ads. Should be fucking Chumba Casino, Chumbawamba Casino. Why aren't they putting the ads on? Ain't nobody gonna buy mesothelioma drugs from a GameStop stream. I got a big display case that I store them in. Hugh G can hang on the wall. Want another soon. Got it in hopes to scale to have a table at a card show one day when I got a lot of inventory. Oh, that's dope. I want to get a fucking display like that. That'd be so sick. I mean, I guess if I end up getting more Pokemon cards, I'm going to have to look into that. Nike went down from 180 and I bought it around 58. Want to buy more. Next year is the World Cup in the USA. What does the World Cup have to do with Nike growing in value though? Like what is I don't know what that has to do with Nike making money and growing in value. I don't know what is how does that have any correlation? They know I'm not legally allowed in besides power packs. I bet an offshore company can allow you in. I'm sure they'll let you in with open arms. Kind of feel like I need more data now. Probably get a display case. Only got 10, but for now they make sick coasters. You're using them as coasters? That's fucking hilarious. Coasters. Oh man. Hey, maybe one day they'll only be worth a coaster. You never know. Go from a $200 coaster to a coaster. Do you think if most of the warrants will be exercised, for example, at 35, the price could then drop to 27 because of dilution? I mean, the price could drop to 27 either way. Doesn't matter. The dilution part doesn't matter. GameStop is going to have an extra $2 billion on the balance sheet, so what does the dilution actually matter in that scenario? Make a big pyramid with packs, put them in a gallery. Will probably pass as art these days. I'm going to make a giant chair out of power or PSA cards. Big old plastic chair. Just stacked cards. Homie Jake got a bad slab. Can't remember the grading company from your boy Cordell. He uses that as a coaster. There's tons of soda pop, sweat rings, hilarious. Oh yeah, one of those. I know what you're talking about. I think it's a BCCG or something. That's funny. I forgot about that. That was a mistake, you know. That was a mistake buying all those cards. We'll see if I make the same mistake again, buying more expensive cards. Oh man, buying cheap cards didn't work, so maybe more expensive cards will work. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. The fucking stream fluctuations are crazy today, bro. There's so many people coming in and out of the stream. I'm just playing about the coasters. I got one buddy that's super into Pokemon. He was pissed when I told him about the gray felt Pika. I told him I was using it as a coaster to rage bait him. That's so funny. Make a giant house of cards. Give it a meeting of when it'll collapse. I don't know. Just trying to give these cards another angle. Nah, you just hoard them in your closet, bro. You just put them in your closet and you just stare at them, rubbing your hands together. You're like, I'm gonna be rich from Pokemon. That's what you do. That's what you actually do. If you want to be straight up, if you want to get rich from Pokemon, that's all you gotta do. You just gotta shove a bunch of Pokemon in your closet and just rub your hands together. Would be funny to glue someone's slabs together. Oh, that would be evil, bro. That'd be evil. What do you mean? That'd be actually evil. You should get the decision. Let's see. Is it in? You're either getting the decision in like 6 minutes or 36 minutes. I don't know which one. It's coming soon though. It's coming soon. Yeah, I think it's 35 minutes. You get the actual decision, and then Jerome comes out here in like 50 minutes. Mr. Jerome. I heard the new hustle is manufacturing bunk PSA slabs and selling them. Kind of scary. That is scary. It'll be good to have PSA vaulted shit then, you know, because at least it's verified potentially. I think Hugh G is right about that point. Is, you know, having stuff from the vault potentially will automatically make it more valuable, just because, you know, it should be legit. Whereas if you're getting something random from someone, it's very debatable whether it's legit or not. Might be the new, what if you get a card from the vault, doesn't it have like a sticker on it that tells you it's from the vault? Has J Pow finished his grandpa not nap yet? Someone wake that boomer up. He's coming, he's coming. Chill. Chill, he's coming, man. He needs his milk. He needs his milk before he gets on the stage. He's got to change his tie. You know, got to make sure his boys knows when to short. I got a handful of GameStop memorabilia stashed in the closet from the past 4 years. I bought the Teddy books as soon as Ryan Cohen posted about them, but the cult ruined that for me. Got J Pow some honey for his phlegm so he can speak properly. He needs some Robitussin. He needs some NyQuil. Grandpa needs a little medicine before he gets on stage. Finishing his prunes. He hasn't had a bowel movement since Monday. Check the new Power Packs tweet. Biggest hit yet just happened. I think I saw it. The Latius tag team. Oh, wow. The Charizard got pulled. That's crazy. That's crazy. Man. If only I didn't have the worst luck ever. I mean, I've only pulled like $1,000 pack. If the videos would do better, I would do more $1,000 packs, but that's just that's expensive. I'd have to have all my money in power packs or in cards at that point. That's a crazy hit though. That's a crazy hit. YU, hello from Indonesia. Hello YU. Appreciate you being here. Hope you're excited for the rate decision here in like 30 minutes or so. Charizards are overhyped. That's an older one though. It's even a PSA 9 and it's 15 grand. Like, that's crazy. We can go back to it, I guess. It's just people are here for Jerome. They're here for Jerome Powell. Like, that's a pretty massive hit. Pretty massive hit. I think that card's been on there since it first came out. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure that card was on there when it first came out. When does it start? In like 30 minutes. Gold bullish or bearish? Well, gold's at all-time highs, so I think it's pretty obvious to say that it's bullish. Like, it's literally at all-time highs, so I don't really know what kind of question that is. Maybe if you're a day trader who only thinks in 20-minute increments, you know, maybe the answer is a little different, but we don't do that here. We actually like to make money in this stream, so we don't day trade. We actually make money. My gambling side could be tempted to buy packs, but I don't even know the names. You don't have to know the names. I didn't even notice the 9. Was shocked by the price. Does a 10 even exist? I'm sure it does. It's probably like 100 grand, or, you know, it's probably a 6-figure card, I'd imagine. Hello from Deepak. What's up, Market Prass? What's up? Could we use that and try to determine the power pack payout algorithm? I don't know what you mean. I bet there's some amount of chains getting snatched on the street. Wait, what? Would I like to check Solana? Solana is at $238. It hasn't moved, so I don't need to check it. It's the same price as it was when I checked it yesterday. Biggest multiplier with the power packs, the starter pack of 500 chase is 25x. Looks like other packs max out around 16. Yeah, we talked about that when they first came out. That's why we were, that's why we were only opening the 25 packs, because they have the best value and the least amount of risk. But, nobody's interested in $25 power packs as far as the content goes. Everyone wants to see the higher dollar spins, which is pretty whatever, not a big deal. It's just weird. It's just weird, I suppose. Man, there's too many traders in this stream right now. You guys are way too focused on short-term price action. It's crazy how many people don't even believe in the things they invest in. That should make you feel good as a GameStop investor, seeing all the people today that have come in here trying to like predict short-term price action and talk about all these other things. Like, if you have to come into a random stream and ask about your investment, that's pretty sad, honestly. Like, you should believe in your investment and not even care about the short-term price action. You should already be able to see what it's going to be worth in the long term. Like, why you come in a random YouTube stream to ask about your investment? It's kind of weird. Shouldn't you believe in something you're putting your money into? Like, why would a random YouTuber's opinion matter if you actually believe in what you're putting your money into? Doesn't really make sense. Doesn't really make sense. What's up, Death? How you doing, bro? Why do they think you would know the future? What are these people smoking? They're just looking for a confirmation bias because they have a bunch of anxiety because they have a money in a trade that they don't even know if it's going to hit or not. Like, I don't know. Typical day trading addictive behavior. Got to get that confirmation bias so you can feel good, Got to get that confirmation bias. Can't think for yourself these days. No, no, no. Don't you dare think for yourself. Go to random YouTube chats and get confirmation bias. That's how you invest. That's how you make money. You didn't know that? You didn't know that, Kev? That's how you make money today. You read CNBC articles. You read CNBC articles and you invest in whatever the CNBC article says. You listen to Jim Cramer. You go to random YouTube streams for your confirmation bias. Like, that's how you make money. You didn't know that? You didn't know that, bro? It's easy. Making money is simple. Ugh. Man. A lot of traffic in the stream today. Do the opposite to everything you see. I mean, that's what I do. It's worked out pretty well so far. That's what I do. What's up, Jeff Jolly? What's up, bro? Hope you're doing good. That's funny. It's funny because it's true. I'm happy to hear people's views, don't get me wrong. I mean, I am too, but asking if a stock is bullish or bearish or whether it's going to go up or down, that has to be the most like beginner wannabe trader, like I don't know, that just has to be the worst question to ask ever. Like there's so many other better questions you could ask. Like if all you have to ask is whether something is going to go up and down in value or is bullish or bearish, like what are you even doing? Like what are you even investing in? Why are you even buying the thing you're buying if you can't even like confidently for yourself give that answer? It's just wild. People in the market have it all wrong, bro. Everyone's way too short-term thinking. They think they're just going to hit this bag today. But most of them are going to get clapped on their trade. I don't know, man. Market's weird. Market participants are weird, I should say. You would think, I don't know. I don't know what you would think. This is how it's been, honestly, the past like 6-7 years I've been in the market. It's never changed. Like it's always been like this. I think I think the market just always cycles out new and old investors, like people who think they're smart, they win, they keep thinking they're smart, and then they get clapped, and then a new person comes in and fills their shoes. Like I've been doing this a long time, and that's what it seems like, Seems like it's just this constant cycle of new people. Probably similar to Pokemon, honestly. Bunch of people see all the money being made in Pokemon, they want to get in it, then they don't make any money and they get out, and then someone replaces them. Like that's markets. It's the constant influx of new people ready to get clapped. See it in crypto streams and bear markets. We chat about technology and efficiency and stuff. Bull markets come around and I leave. You know why? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's because I don't think there's any there's probably some educated investors buying in the bull market, or you follow the trend. That's how you win. But to be buying in a bear market, that takes a different type of individual, for sure. Different type of mindset. Rather than buying, oh, numbers going up, I better get in. I better get in, the numbers going up. It's like coming home and not having what you thought you've got for dinner. Dinner? Like chicken tendies? There's educated there, but it's hard to get through the quagmire of noob. Stream fully changes. Yeah. For sure. People act different when the numbers only going up, for sure. The funny thing is a majority of people are on the sidelines. That's the funny thing. I feel like we saw that. I feel like we saw a pretty small example of that in this stream. You know, how many people when GameStop started shooting up 24, 25, 26, like how many people came in here? When is it coming back to 23? When is it going back to 22? Like I think a lot of people just think they're going to time markets and they don't realize that they're probably not they're probably not in the right space to even do that mentally or maybe even physically. Thought you had steak and you got chips only. You're gonna hate your stream when GME hits all-time highs, but keep chill and take the AdSense. We've already been there multiple times. It's not a big deal. I actually sometimes prefer some of the conversation we have when GameStop's going up. It's usually when it's bearish that it's garbage because it's a bunch of people who don't know how to do research that come in. Seems like a lot have sold, and if it goes up more, they might not buy in again. Would be sad to see fools FOMO and buy the top. Oh, they will. They will. 100%. There's a ton of people on the sidelines right now. It's not Lambo season when it's bearish. Oh yeah, it's definitely Lambo season when it's bearish. That's where Lambo season begins. That's the crazy part. Everyone has the wrong mentality. Someone else said that earlier. It's like when it's not going down, that is the best time to be in the market. Or when it's not going up, that's the best time to be in so you can keep buying more. When it's going up, who cares? Who cares when it's going up? That's boring. Fools buying tops helps massively. I love to see them sell bottoms too. It varies. That's just resistance you have to go through when you're approaching those prices again. If they didn't already sell at the bottom. You got like 15 minutes till this interest rate decision comes out. I don't think it's out yet. A bunch of people left the stream, so could be out. I don't think it came out yet. No. See, if we wanted viewers, though, I would have just been like, no, dude, gold's going to the moon, dude. Gold's going to the moon, brother. Don't you worry, bro. Gold's going to the moon. Don't you worry your head, bro. We're about to be rich off gold. Jerome Powell's gonna come in and save the gold, bro. He's gonna come in, save the gold. Gold's gonna go up, and we're all gonna get rich, bro. Are you guys ready for this? Are you guys excited? We're about to get rich off gold because of Jerome Powell, dude. It's gonna be sick, son. I can't wait to be rich off gold because of Jerome Powell. Man, we're gonna be balling. We're gonna be balling out of control. It's gonna be Lambo season, bro. See, look, the viewer numbers are going up. See, if you talk positively, the viewer numbers go up. I hope you guys are ready for this moon on gold, bro. Hope you guys are ready for it. We're about to hit massive on gold. Holy shit. Oh, man. It's funny because as soon as I started doing that, the views started to go up. Yeah, W gold. Put some W's in the chat for gold, man. W's in the chat for gold. We're about to hit this bag off this gold trade, dude. W's in the chat. W's in the chat for gold. We going up. You know, the W is pointing up because that's where we're going. We're going up on the gold, baby. We going up. W bronze. Nah, bro, you don't sell. We're bullish. We're bullish. We're going to the moon, bro. Should I be getting in crypto before rates? I've been busy, haven't paying attention. I can't answer that question, bro. But maybe maybe find an investment you believe in and just invest in it instead of thinking that this rate cut does anything for you personally. Bro, if you aren't over levered going in this rate cut, you'll miss out, homie. Yeah, make sure you buy gold, bro. Gold's going to the moon. Don't you know that? Straight moonshine. You're gonna be sipping straight moonshine after they drop this interest rate cut, bro. Oh man, you get your moonshine out. See what I mean though? Like these people, they don't like believe in anything. Like what kind of question is that? What kind of question is that? Like does nobody believe in anything they invest in personally? Like you have to dictate your decisions off of a stupid Fed rate decision or like an election or something. Like you don't actually believe in your investments. You have to base it off of nothing to convince yourself of what? Like why don't you find something you actually believe in investing in? And a lot of this stuff doesn't, and you'll find out a lot of this stuff doesn't even matter. Stop getting your education from TikTok. You know, stop getting your education from fucking TikTok. Maybe you'll be able to think for yourself and see the world for what it actually is, instead of seeing it for what everyone wants you to see it like. I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. People are so like miseducated on investing, and it's wild. Probably because they get all their info from TikTok, honestly. Like I don't really know why, but it's weird, bro. It's weird. You would think something you're putting your money into, you would actually like research and be confident in. Rather, Jerome Powell's cutting rates today. Should I invest? Yeah, that's a good reason to invest in something. Yep. Something they do multiple times a year. I mean, I think this is the first rate cut in a while, but I don't know, man. Nobody believes in anything anymore. Feels good to be a GameStop investor. Feels good to be a GameStop investor. Actually believing in what you're putting your money into rather than just following what everyone else is doing. We're not rich. I feel pretty rich. I might not be rich in like capital, but I feel pretty rich. Do you believe in magic? Oh, 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 it's magic. You know. GameStop's going under because it's a great company. Like, gold's going to the moon, though, so don't you worry. Don't you worry, bro. Gold? What do you guys know about gold? What do you guys know about gold? You guys know it's about the moon? Because Jerome Powell comes on in 23 minutes and 27 seconds. And in 23 minutes and 24 seconds, gold is just going to... Like, it's just going off, dude. Like, to the moon, bro. To Mars. Elon Musk can't even see how high gold's gonna go, because gold's just gonna go straight to Mars, bro. It's just gonna... This is your captain speaking. I hope you have gold in your portfolio, because we're about to go to the moon. So strap in, fasten your seatbelts, and get ready for this ride on the gold train. What the hell? I hope you guys are ready to hitch a ride on the gold train. On the Gold Express. What time's the results? In like 8 minutes. Rate cut, is it true? Yeah, they're doing a rate cut. Everyone knows that. Any informed investor knows they're doing a rate cut today. I'm sorry to say. Like, if you're actually informed and you actually pay attention to the world, every single person knows that there's a rate cut today. So if you don't know that a rate cut's today, maybe you need to come to this stream a little more often so you can be updated on the world. Just saying. I'm just saying. You might need to stop in every now and then, ask a couple questions. Might help you. What's up, MB? How you doing, bro? It's yellow. I love gold. I love gold. Gold, 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 gold. I'm gonna be like Scrooge McDuck, bro. I got my gold loaded in my portfolio. I'm gonna be like Scrooge McDuck and just dive through. That's how we do it, bro. Gold to the moon. Gold to the mother flippin' moon, son. You guys ready for this gold? Everyone in the chat seems to be bullish on gold, I guess. Thought it was a hike. Fed Pal seems tough, though. You got a lot to learn, my friend. You got a lot to learn if that's your decision. Like I said, you might need to stop by in the stream a few times in your life, because that is not an accurate statement. Sorry to say. But gold's going to the moon, so that's all that matters. Here in 5 minutes. Here in about 5 minutes when they release this decision, bro, just gold. You're gonna be buying gold with your gold. You're gonna have so much gains on gold that you're actually gonna go buy physical gold because you're gonna be so rich. You're just gonna blast off. It's like Jimmy Neutron, bro. Blast off. That's what gold's gonna do. It's gonna blast off like Jimmy Neutron. It's gonna be crazy. We're about to make this bag, bro. We're about to make this bag. I hope you guys are ready. Hope you guys are ready for this bag, bro. Hope you guys are ready for this bag. It's gonna be a good time. gonna be a good time, chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. There's over 50 people in the chat. Only 20 likes. Run up that like button, bro. Gold's about to hit the moon. So it's time to hit the like button. We gotta send the likes to the moon because gold's about to hit the moon. What's up, Matt Romano? The cut rate for Canada earlier, I thought it was going to be bullish, but somehow market remained stagnant. Well, maybe you should try to think on a more longer term time frame instead of thinking everything should happen on your time. Quit thinking in such a short time frame. Maybe try to look out months, years from now instead of worrying about what's happening today. You might actually make money if you actually start looking out on a longer time frame. Just saying. If you care what's happening today, you probably don't make money in the stock market. I'm just saying. So maybe increase your time frame a little bit. Will help you out a lot. What's up, Jared? How you doing, bro? How you doing, Jared? Send me to the moon, J Powell. You got 3 minutes. It's hour frame. Yeah. Good luck, bro. Good luck. You're trying to base a global macroeconomic thing on an hour time frame. Like, bruh, come on. you think a global macroeconomic thing matters in an hour frame? Yeah, you have been miseducated, my friend. You have been miseducated. Gold long? Bro, gold's going to the moon. I don't know if you know that. Gold just like gold's just going straight up, my guy. Like all gold does is go straight up. Like it's never going to go down ever again. Like I don't think any stock in the market or crypto is ever going down again. Like once they do this rate cut, bro, like everything is just going to go straight up, bro. Like everything is just going straight up. There's never going to be any down days. Like, man, it's only up from here, bro. It's only up from here. You know, this rate cut it just matters so much. It just matters so much. What you're saying, I've just sold all my gold? Those rates are way too high. You need to cut it. Why gold price? I'm just talking shit, bro. I'm just talking shit. Corey gets me up from here. What's up, Azizwell? What's up, bro? Alright, your Fed decision comes out here in like an hour. Or not an hour, here in a minute. The decision comes out here in a minute. Should be coming out here in a minute. You know, OGs in the chat. OGs in the chat. I just want you to take in the chat. You know, I'm not gonna. I just want you to take it in, bro. I think this stream today will be a good indicator for why I talk about traders the way I do, why I'm so negative towards the stock market and traders. I think if you pay attention to the chat, you might slowly realize and you'll slowly be able to see the world from my perspective. So all the OGs, you know, I hope you just pay attention to the chat a little bit on this stream. All right, Federal Reserve issues FOMC statement. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity moderated in the first half of the year. Job gains have slowed, and the unemployment rate is edged up but remains low. Inflation has moved up and remains somewhat elevated. Committee seeks to achieve maximum employment and inflation at the rate of 2% over the longer run. Uncertainty about the economic outlook remains elevated. The committee is attentive to the risks of both sides of its dual mandate. and judges that downside risk to employment has risen. In support of its goals and in light of the shift in the balance of risk, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal fund rate by 1/4 percentage point to 4 1/4%. 4 to 4 1/4%. In considering additional adjustments to the target rate for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. The committee will continue reducing its holdings of Treasury securities and agency debt and agency mortgage-backed securities. The committee is strongly committed to supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to its 2% objective. In assessing the appropriate stance of monetary policy, the committee will continue to monitor the implications of incoming information for an economic outlook. The committee would be prepared to adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate if risks emerge that could impede the attainment of the committee's goals. The committee's assessment will take into account a wide range of information, including readings on labor market conditions, inflation pressures, and inflation expectations, and financial and international developments. Well, there you go. There's your rate cut. Are you happy now? Are you happy now? Are you satisfied? What happened with the market? Everyone left, so I'm assuming nothing went up or down. Let's see. Oh, the S&P went up. The S&P went up. Gold is flat. Gold hasn't moved, unless Yahoo's just not updating, but you got a little move on the S&P there. Nice little move there on the S&P. Nasdaq's up a little bit. Too bad the Russell didn't go up. The Russell's what you want to see to go up, bro. You want to see the Russell breaking out into all-time highs. Come on. Come on. We want to see that Russell, baby. We want to see that Russell, son. Let's see. I also hear a lot of people saying this is a good thing, but I'm just a GME holder and don't really know why. It doesn't really matter, honestly. It matters, but it don't. Russell 2000 popping off. Well, maybe Yahoo just not updating. Yahoo is pretty slow. I guess we can look on TradingView, right? I guess we can look at TradingView. Going all-time highs. Oh, yeah. You're, well, not really. I mean, it's up, but... Oh, wait, that's futures. That's behind. I forget. Gotta go IWM. Oh, yeah, there we go. There we go. I forgot that the futures are behind on TradingView. Yep, you're almost there. You're almost at all-time highs on the Russell, bro. Almost at all-time highs on the Russell, bro. Crazy. Crazy. That's crazy, chat. That's crazy, chat. Almost all-time highs on the Russell, bro. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Let's go, chat. Yeah, they cut. What did I miss? Why the spike? They just cut rates. You know, whether that's why it's spiking or not, very debatable. You got 10 minutes till Jerome gets live here. GME's also up. I'm happy. Good job, Jerome guy. GameStop's not moving. It's doing its thing. Just killing the option premiums. Like I said, it's not gonna have an effect on GameStop because GameStop's in its own little world right now, trying to kill option traders. You know, we'll see if it pushes high of the day, maybe. You know, we'll see. But I would say it's probably not gonna move. Did gold go up though? That's the real question. Did gold go up? Because if gold went up, then you know I'm the best trader ever. Because all you have to do in trading is just like say words. You know, how many times did I say gold was going to the moon? Like, did it actually go to the moon? Did it go to the moon? I don't know what the ticker for gold is. I forgot. Isn't it GLD? I think it's GLD. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Let's see if I'm the best trader ever. Oh, dude, I'm the best trader ever. It's up. Oh, I'm the best. See, that's how you trade right there. You just say words, and then it happens, and now you got to subscribe to my Discord. My $20,000 trading course. Like, look at that. It's up. That's how you trade right there. In case you guys were wondering. You just say some things and then they happen and then you brag about it and sell your Discord. That's how you do it. That's how you do it right there. Professional trading inbound. You got 7 minutes here till Jerome. Till Mr. Powell comes live. Mr. Powell. The audio engineer texted me back. I don't think he's going to help me make the song, which is sad. Oh well. Is what it is. I guess people don't like making things that potentially can get a lot of views, a lot of listens. It's all good though. It's all good though. Oh, Jerome. Oh, Jerome. Let's see. I wonder, let's see if I throw this up here, or I guess we could just go there. Go boom. Oh, what the heck? There's our boy. There's our boy. There's our boy right there. Got 5 minutes left till he comes live. PSA 5s are rocketing. I wish. I wish. Hopefully he's not too late. I need to go to the bathroom. Come on, Jerome. Come and crash the market. Or send us to the moon. Whatever one you're going to do. Whatever one you feel like doing. It's at 15. I thought Jerome on 30. They usually are at 30. I didn't like his music anyway. Wait, what? 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 What you talking about, Willis? I wonder if I can do something here. Let's see if we open this advanced chart. What does that do? Oh, you can't see it because of the chat. Yeah, I guess you can kind of see it. There we go. Is there candlesticks? Oh, money, son. Money. I don't know what time frame this is on, though. Oh. Oh, it's on the 1 minute. That's fine, then. How's that look? Kind of blocked by the chat. There we go. It's not the best. It's not the best. You're kind of blocked by the chat there. Well, the chat blocks the chart, so whatever. Whatever, man. All right, he should be coming on here in like a minute. Mr. Jerome coming in hot. Coming in hot. Here, maybe I can do this. Try that. Give that a try. Is the market dropping? Is that why? I don't know what the rest of the market's doing. But Jerome should be coming on here in a minute. Any minute now, Jerome should be coming on. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not. The more likes we have, the faster Jerome gets here. That's how it works. So make sure you hit the like button so Jerome can get here faster. Come on, Jerome, where you at? Where you at, Jerome? We're waiting on you. We're waiting on you, Jerome. Where's our boy here? Where's our young boy Jerome here? NBA Jerome. YNG Jerome. YNG Pal J. Exactly. Where's YNG Pal at, bro? Surprised the chat hasn't blown up to 100 plus yet. There's a lot of streams that do these interest rate decision things. I'm actually very surprised how well the stream's doing today. Usually you don't get this much traffic. Will gold go up after the cut? They already cut. So if gold's going up, there's your answer. If gold's going down, there's your answer. They literally already did the cut. I think it's at 30. It says on the stream here that it was supposed to start 15 minutes ago, so usually they start at 30, but you would think this would be accurate. I don't know. I would think it would be accurate. Unless there shouldn't be another. Let's see. No, that one says 2:30, so yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that other one was 6:15. Kind of weird. And they never even started it. Everyone's leaving the stream though. Nobody has patience. See, that's the funny thing is most people were only here because of the price or the volatility of the stocks. Like nobody actually cares what Jerome Powell has to say. They're just trying to make money off short-term price action. Like it's such a rare person who actually cares about this stuff. Such a rare person. Nobody cares about this stuff. They just want to make a little day trade. Yeah, we can throw that back here. That should be okay. Playing darts, nice. Did it mute me because of the word I used? Maybe. It's possible. It's definitely possible. Hey, look, there was me. Yeah, see, like, this guy used to never stream the Federal Reserve rate back when I used to do it. Like, like I said, I'm very surprised we even have this many people. A lot of people stream about this. Finally took the day off to hang out with BNS and he ain't even here. I haven't actually seen him in a couple streams. He must be busy. You got afraid in the GameStop dip? Nah, I actually got when it hit 25.69, I actually got shares filled. I don't have my account open, but I had some automatic buys at 25.69, some small ones, very small. But yeah, I already had automatic buys ready to go. Had a feeling something like this would come. You know, maybe should I have bought more? Potentially, but we'll see. But nah, trust me, bro. I'm tapped in. I'm tapped in at this point. Don't worry about me. I'm tapped in. All I know is a lot of companies I'm watching are taking on debt right now. It's crazy to see. I assume it's just so they can stay afloat. Every time I turn around, another company is taking them millions in debt. Well, that's why that's why here in this stream we invest all our money in GameStop, because GameStop has no debt and they're about to make billions of dollars. So, yeah. GameStop has no debt, bro. Maybe consider looking into it. That's what I put all my money in, whether that's a good decision for you or not, that's extremely debatable, probably not, but I put all my money in GameStop because from my perspective, it's the best investment. I know a streamer that watches your stream and has copied something of you. No, don't promote people here, bro. Bay Nation rage quit the stream when GME didn't go bankrupt on earnings. He had to sell his Pokemon collection to cover the short. Ha, rip. Rip Break Nation. Humberto, you're whistling, Corn. Nah, Humberto's chill, bro. Humberto's chill. Oh, man. Fucking corn whistlers, bro. The goddamn corn whistlers. And dang old corn whistlers again. Pretty sure BNS went to put a pallet full of booster boxes in a sealed hoard room and accidentally blocked himself off from the exit. Oh no. Break Nation. No. No. Not break nation. I really hope this live stream pops up soon. I really need to go to the bathroom. I thought it was going to start like 10 minutes ago. He ain't even here to defend himself from these truthful facts. Yeah, I swear he said he was, I thought he said he was doing something or getting into something. I don't remember, bro. I don't remember. I'm sure we'll see him again, though. Why did the live stream get delayed? I did dip out for a sec. Wait, what do you mean by delayed? They say BNS finally opened his first booster box while trapped in there. He opened all of them. He had to eat, that's how he survived. He had to eat cardboard for nutrition. He had to eat a Pikachu for nutrition. Come on, Jerome. Where you at, my dude? Where you at, my boy, Jerome? Where you at? BNS lore goes hard and he ain't even know it. That's Christmas dinner for the other dude. 3 minutes. Yeah, we're getting there. 3 minutes. Mr. Jerome. Mr. Jerome. JPZ. J Rome. Lil Jerome. Lil Powell. Lil Powell. Let's see what Lil Powell has for us today. Trump's making him finish the repairs on that building by himself. That was funny. Oh man, that was funny. That was good. Holy shit. That was hilarious. Oh my god. This shit's great. What a great stream. What a great stream. Alright, come on, Jerome. He should be coming in hot. Where's he at? Where's our boy? Where's our boy? Young Pow. Young Pow Pow. Where you at, young Pow Pow? Oh, here we are. Here we are. Young Pow Pow coming in. Coming in hot, chat. Oh, I don't like that watermark, though. Hold up. We gotta find another one. I don't like that watermark. That one's not up. Where's one? This one?
These might start to get wild.
No, that's some random guy. This one?
Fixed.
That's Cash Patel. We might be screwed. We might have to use the watermark. We might have to use the watermarked one. Ah, perfect.
Percentage rate cut, and so once this gets underway, we'll certainly
Oh,
bring
wait,
it.
I don't want Fox. Ah, perfect. Federal Reserve, duh. This is what we're looking for. We need the Federal Reserve's YouTube channel. There we go. There we go. All right, where's our boy here? Oh wait, here he
for
is.
the benefit of the American people.
While the unemployment rate remains low, it has edged up. Job gains have slowed, and downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, and in light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a pace of around 1.5% in the first half of the year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.6% this year and 1.8% next year, a touch stronger than projected in June. In the labor market, the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but remains little changed over the past year at a relatively low level. Payroll job gains have slowed significantly to a pace of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and lower labor force participation. Even so, labor demand has softened, and the recent pace of job creation appears to be running below the break-even rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. In addition, wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers is unusual. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen. In our SEP, the median projection for the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have moved up, on balance, over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.0% this year and falls to 2.6% in 2026 and to 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 4 to 4.25%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level. But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent, and that is a risk to be assessed and managed. Our obligation is to ensure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. In the near term, risks to inflation are tilted to the upside and risks to employment to the downside, a challenging situation. When our goals are in tension like this, our framework calls for us to balance both sides of our dual mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy stance. With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments. We will continue to determine the appropriate stance of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.6% at the end of this year, 3.4% at the end of 2026, and 3.1% at the end of 2027. This path is 1/4 percentage point lower than projected in June. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Policy is not on a preset course. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to our discussion.
Chris.
Great. Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, Fed Governor Stephen Miron has kept his position at the White House, even as he's joined the Fed board. This is the first time, I believe, the Fed's board has had someone with executive branch ties in decades. Does this compromise the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics? And relatedly, how can you maintain the public's perception the Fed is politically independent with this dynamic? Thank you.
So we did welcome a new committee member today, as we always do, and the committee remains united in pursuing our dual mandate goals. We're strongly committed to maintaining our independence, and beyond that, I really don't have anything to share.
Well, great. And then just as a quick follow-up, I'm sorry, can you and other Fed officials have spoken extensively about the impact of tariffs on inflation, although perhaps with many companies appearing to eat the tariffs, tariffs may be impacting the labor market and other parts of the economy instead. Do you see that as a possible outcome here, that tariffs are the reason we're seeing some slowing, particularly in the labor market, rather than in inflation? Thank you.
You know, it's certainly possible. You know, we're beginning to see, we have begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, and actually the increase in goods prices accounts for most of the increase in inflation, or perhaps all of the increase in inflation over the course of this year. Those are not very large effects at this point, and we do expect them to continue to build over the course of the rest of the year and into next year. And, you know, it's also possible that there may be effects on employment, but that I would say if you're looking at why employment is doing what it's doing, that's much more about the change in immigration. So the supply of workers has obviously come way down. There's very little growth, if any, in the supply of workers. And at the same time, demand for workers has also come down quite sharply, and to the point where we see what I've called a curious balance. It's, you know, typically when we say things are in balance, that sounds good, but in this case, the balance is because both supply and demand have come down quite sharply. Now demand coming down a little more sharply because we now see the unemployment rate edging up.
Thank you.
Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, do economic conditions and the balance of risks no longer warrant a restrictive policy setting?
So I don't think we can say that. What we can say is this, that over the course of this year, we've kept our policy at a restrictive level, and people have different views, but a clearly restrictive level, I would say. So, and we were able to do that over the course of this year because the labor market was in very solid condition with strong job creation and all those things. I think if you go back to April and now look at the revised job creation numbers for May, June, July, and August, I can no longer say that. So what that means is that the risks, which the risks were clearly tilted toward inflation. I would say they're moving toward equality. Maybe they're not quite out of equality. We don't need to know that. But we do know that they've moved meaningfully toward greater equality, the risks between the two goals, and that suggests that we should be moving in the direction of neutral, and that's what we did today.
Under what circumstances would a larger than 25 basis points rate cut be warranted? And how seriously was that option entertained at your meeting this week?
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50 basis point cut today. You know, I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when you feel that policy is out of place and needs to move quickly to a new place. That's not at all what I feel certainly now. I feel like our policy has been doing the right thing so far this year. I think we were right to wait and see how tariffs and inflation and the labor market evolved. I think we're now reacting to the much lower level of job creation and other evidence of softening in the labor market and saying, well, those risks are maybe not fully balanced, but moving in the direction of balance now. And so that warrants a change in policy.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. Should we be viewing today's cut as the committee taking out some insurance against the possibility that the labor market is at risk of weakening? Or is it the committee's view that the dynamics of a downturn are already in place? I guess I'm just trying to square the shift in the rate forecast in the SEP towards more cuts than just 3 months ago, with the fact that the forecast for unemployment didn't change.
Yeah, I think you could think of this in a way as a risk management cut, because if you look at the SEP, actually, the projections for growth this year and next actually ticked up just a little bit, and inflation and unemployment didn't really move much. So what's different now? What's different now is that you see a very different picture of the risks to the labor market. You've seen, we were looking at 150,000 jobs a month at the time of the last meeting, and now we see the revisions and we see the new numbers. And I don't want to put too much emphasis on payroll job creation, but it's just one of the things that suggests that the labor market is really cooling off. And that tells you that it's time to take that into account in our policy.
So just looking at the SEP, once again, the median participant has inflation higher than previously expected by the end of next year, and the Fed not getting back to the 2% target until 2028. So I guess I'm just wondering how you characterize the risk to price pressures of kicking off a series of cuts at this point.
Yeah, so I would look at it this way. We fully understand and appreciate that we need to remain fully committed to restoring 2% inflation on a sustained basis, and we will do that. At the same time, we've got to weigh the risks to the two goals. And I would say since April, to me, the risks of higher and more persistent inflation have probably become a little less. And that's partly because the labor market has softened, GDP growth has slowed. So I would just say that the risks there have been less than one might think. And in terms of the labor market, what we're seeing is unemployment is still low. It's still a relatively low rate, but we're seeing downside risks.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm a little confused by your explanation of the Fed cutting rates because of unemployment. If you think that most of what's happening in the employment area is related to immigration, which your rate cuts wouldn't address, how do you see that as more important than inflation, which has remained almost a full percentage point above your target?
Well, I was saying that what's happening in the labor market has more to do with immigration than it has to do with tariffs. That was the question I was answering. So I wouldn't say that all of what's happening in the labor market is due to tariffs. I mean, you clearly have a slowing in it due to immigration. You clearly have a slowing in demand, which is now perhaps more than that in supply, and we know that because the unemployment rate has ticked up. So, that's what I meant by that.
If I could follow up. Every year since 2015, the SEP has forecast that you would hit your target 2 years later. And this year, this SEP says you're going to hit your target 2 years later. 2% does not seem to be in sight. Does that suggest that the 2% target is not really achievable? And does this present any credibility problems for you in telling people that that's what you're going to do if you can never reach it?
Well, I mean, you're right. It does say we're going to get to 2% inflation in 2028, at the end of 28. But that's, that's literally how you put the projections together. You're writing down a rate path, which is designed to create, over the course of the SEP, time frame, 2% inflation and maximum employment too. So that's all that is. No one really knows where the economy will be in 3 years. But the nature of the exercise is to write down policy that you believe would return to the 2% goal over at least by the end of the exercise.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. The latest inflation report shows that prices are still going up across key categories for many households, including groceries. What will the Fed do if prices pick up more?
So our expectation, and you can see this consistently through the year, has been that inflation will move up this year, but that basically because of the effects on goods prices from tariffs, but that those will turn out to be a one-time price increase as opposed to creating an inflationary process. That's been our forecast. Pretty much all the individual forecasts say that. We can't just assume that, though, right? We have to. Our job is literally to make sure that that is what happens, and we will do that job. Right now, the situation we're in is that we see inflation. We continue to expect it to move up, maybe not as high as we would have expected it to move up a few months ago. The pass-through of the tariffs into inflation has been slower and smaller. The labor market has softened. So the case for there being a persistent inflation outbreak is less. And so that's why we think it's time for us really to acknowledge that the risks to the other mandate have grown and that we should move in the direction of neutral. So what will we do? We'll do what we need to do, but we have two mandates and we try to balance them. For a long time, our framework says that when our two goals are in tension, this is quite an unusual situation. How do we decide what to do? Because our tools can't do two things at once. What we do is we ask which is farther from, how far is each from the goal and how long is it expected to get to the goal. So, and then we think about those things and we see, as I mentioned, our policy had been really skewed toward inflation for a long time, really. Now we see that there's downside risk clearly in the labor market, and so we're moving in the direction of more neutral policy.
How concerned are you about the slowdown in the jobs market for households at home, especially younger Americans struggling to land a job?
So it's an interesting labor market, and obviously we think it's appropriate that we reduce our rates so that we become more neutral, which presumably will be better for the labor market. You see people who are sort of more at the margins, so kids coming out of college and younger people, minorities are having a hard time finding jobs. The overall job finding rate is very, very low. However, the layoff rate is also very low. So you've got a low firing, low hiring environment, and the concern is that if you start to see layoffs, the people who are laid off there won't be a lot of hiring going on. So that could very quickly flow into higher unemployment. In a healthier economy, healthier labor market, there would be jobs for those people. But now the hiring rate is very, very low. So that's been a growing concern over the last few months. And it's one of the reasons why we think it's appropriate that we begin to shift our policy focus toward a more balanced one.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Mr. Chair, in the past, during rate cuts, you used the word recalibration. And I wonder if you pointedly did not use it this time. And in fact, when you said policy is not on a preset course, did you mean that as sort of the opposite of recalibration? Are we meeting to meeting, data point by data point? Are we in the process here of getting back to neutral? Thank you.
So I think we're in a meeting by meeting situation. We're going to be looking at the data. Let me say a word about the SEP really here. So we often point this out. What the SEP is it's an accumulation of the individual projections of 19 people, showing what they believe at a particular moment in time to be the most likely path for the economy and thus the appropriate path for monetary policy as well. And as you know, we don't debate or try to agree on what that is. We just write them down and accumulate them. We do sometimes discuss them. And so we always say we're not on a preset path, and we really mean that. The actual decisions we make are going to be based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks at the time the decisions are actually made. So you will have seen that we have 10 participants out of 19 who wrote down 2 or more cuts for the remainder of the year, and 9 who wrote down fewer than, in fact, in a good number of cases, no more cuts. So rather than looking at this as certainty, I would encourage people, as always, to look at the SEP as through the lens of probability. And so there are different possible outcomes and likelihoods rather than this one is certain and this one isn't happening. So that's what I would say.
Thank you for getting to my follow-up question, which was, is the dispersion in the outlook a sign of uncertainty of policy in the meetings to come? Thank you.
You know, it is such an unusual situation. Ordinarily, when the labor market is weak, inflation is low. And when the labor market is really strong, that's when you got to be careful about inflation. So we have a situation where we have two-sided risk. And that means there's no risk-free path. And so it's quite a difficult situation for policymakers. And it's not at all surprising to me that you have a range of views. It's not so much about having different views for the path of the economy, but it's partly that. But it's also partly about what's the right thing to do in light of this, of the tension between the two goals. How do you weight them? How worried are you about one versus the other? And so it's natural. I think it would actually be surprising if you didn't have a pretty wide range of views based, in this kind of highly unusual situation, and we do. So, but we get together, we discuss, we have a great discussion, and then we decide what to do and we act. But you're right that it's a wide dispersion of views, and I think that's understandable and natural in the current situation.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico. You've talked a lot about Fed independence and the importance of it over the years, but as markets have questions about what exactly President Trump's intentions are with the Fed, what would you point to as the things they should be watching to determine that the Fed is still making decisions based on, the economic outlook rather than political considerations?
Look, it's deeply in our culture to do our work based on the incoming data and never consider anything else. That's just, everybody who's at the Fed really feels strongly about that way. So, you'll know it by the way we talk about what we're doing, by the speeches that people give, by the decisions that we make. You'll know that we're just still going to do that. That's all we do. And we don't frame these questions at all or see them in terms of political outcomes. I think when you get to another part of Washington, everything is seen through the lens of, does it help or hurt this political party, this politician? That's the framework. And I think people find it hard to believe that that is not at all the way we think about things at the Fed. We're taking a longer perspective. We're trying to, serve the American people as best we can. So I think you would be able to tell. I don't believe we'll ever get to that place. I would say we're doing our work exactly as we always have now. And people they're making their arguments, and we're having a great discussion around these challenging issues. So,
do you see the court case around Lisa Cook as being related to questions of Fed independence?
I see it as a court case that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So we saw the preliminary benchmark revisions down 911,000. The revisions for June were the first negative revisions we've seen since December of 2020. How can the Fed base important decisions on rate and what to do with the interest rates on data that seems to be, as you've called it in the past, noisy?
So on the QCEW, the revision that we saw was almost exactly what we expected. It was amazing how close the expectation was. So, and the reason for that is, for the last bunch of quarters, there's been almost a predictable overcount, and I think the Bureau of Labor Statistics really does understand this, and they're working hard to fix it. It's got to do of course, it has something to do with low response rates, but it's also got to do with what's called the birth-death model, because a good amount of job creation happens around new companies and how many go out of business, how many are founded, and it's just really hard. You can't survey for that. You've got to have a model that predicts that, and it's quite difficult to do, especially when the economy is undergoing big changes. So, and they've been working on that and are making progress on it. But the data we get is still well good enough for us to do our work. To the extent we have issues around data right now, it's about low response rates. That's happened all over really. Response rates are just lower to surveys now, both in and out of the government. And it's no great secret. We want higher response rates, and we need those to have, less volatile data. And the way to get that is to make sure that the agencies that collect the data have sufficient resources to drive higher response rates. It's not a complicated problem, but that's what it takes. It's not a mystery. That's what it takes. The other thing I'll say, Edward, is in the case of the job creation, the response rate is quite low for the first month, or lower for the first month. By the time you get to the second or third month, you're still collecting responses for that last month, for that prior month, and you get to the place where the data are much more reliable by the second and certainly the third month. So it's not that we don't get the data, it's just that we get it a little later.
But for the benchmarks, if that holds, it's 51% of the jobs that we thought were there weren't really there. Shows a weaker job market coming into this year. If you had had that information, would it have changed your mind related to where the interest rates should be? Should there have been a cut earlier?
We have to live life looking through the windshield rather than the rearview mirror, as you know. And all I can tell you is we see where we are now, and we take appropriate action, and we took that appropriate action today.
Thanks. Howard Schneider with Reuters. So as you mentioned a minute ago, some margins of the job market would suggest that the slide's already happening. Black unemployment rate in August was above 7%, declining work week, difficulty among college graduates finding work, rising youth unemployment. Why do you think a 1/4 percentage point now is going to arrest that?
Well, I didn't say that I thought a 1/4 point would make a huge difference to the economy, but you've got to look at the whole path of rates, right? And the market's has already been baking in expectations. I mean, our market works through expectations, right? So I think our policy path really does matter, and I think it's important that we use our tools to support the labor market when we do see signs like that. I did mention that. You see minority unemployment going up. You see younger people who are more vulnerable economically, more susceptible to economic cycles. That's one of the reasons, in addition to just overall lower payroll job creation, that shows you that at the margin the labor market is weakening. I would also point to labor force participation. Some part of the significant decline in labor force participation over the last year has probably been cyclical in nature rather than just the usual aging process. So we put all those together, and we see that the labor market is softening, and we don't need it to soften anymore, don't want it to. So we use our tools, and it starts with a 25 basis point rate cut, but the market's also pricing in a rate path. I'm not blessing what the market's doing at all. I'm just saying it's not just one action.
As a follow-up to that, the growth mix right now seems very concentrated in investment and on the consumer spending side in the higher income groups. Do you feel that that's an unsustainable mix for the economy moving forward?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, you're right. Those are two. We're getting unusually large amounts of economic activity through the AI build out and corporate investment. I don't know how long that will go on. No one does. In terms of spending, you saw that the consumer spending numbers were well above expectations, and that may well be skewed toward higher earning consumers. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence to suggest that. Nonetheless, it's spending. So, I mean, I think the economy is moving along. Economic growth is going to be 1.5% or better this year, maybe a little better. Forecasts have been coming up, as you can see. So, labor market unemployment is low, but downside risks, but it's still a low unemployment rate. So, that's how we see it.
Hi, Stephanie Rule, MSNBC. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that the Federal Reserve suffers from mission creep and institutional bloat. He's now calling for an independent review. Would you support an independent review, or are you open to any sort of reform in any areas of the Fed?
I, of course, am not going to comment on anything the Secretary says or really any other officer says. So in terms of reform at the Fed, we just went through a lengthy and I think very successful process of updating our monetary policy framework. I would say there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes around the assets we have in the Federal Reserve Federal Reserve System and at the board. Are they the right size? We're actually going through a 10% 10% headcount reduction through the whole Fed, including the board and all the reserve banks. The employment at the Fed at the end of that will be basically at the same level it was more than 10 years ago. So we will have had zero job growth for more than a decade when we're finished with that, and I think we'll probably do more than that. So I think we're certainly open to constructive criticism and ways to do our jobs better.
But not an independent review?
We're certainly open to to always trying to do better.
Neil.
Mr. Chairman, Neil Irwin with Axios. There's been some debate lately on whether AI is already starting to affect the labor market in terms of lower labor demand, higher productivity by contrast. Do you buy that? And if that is true, does that have implications for the monetary policy setting?
So there's great uncertainty around that. I think my view, which is also a bit of a guess, but widely shared, I think, is that you are seeing some effects, but it's not the main thing driving it. And so particular focus on young people coming out of college, and yeah, there may be something there. It may be that companies or other institutions that have been hiring younger people right out of college are able to use AI more than they had in the past. That may be part of the story. It's also part of the story, though, that job creation more broadly has slowed down. The economy has slowed down, and so it's probably a number of things. But yeah, it's probably a factor. Hard to say how big it is.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. What evidence do you see of tariffs showing up in inflation?
Well, if you can take goods, just sort of the broad goods category, and last year, goods inflation was negative. If you go back 25 years, that was the typical thing, was that goods inflation was, goods prices generally went down, even adjusting for quality. So that was not the case during the pandemic, of course. Goods inflation went very high, but we had essentially returned to zero or slightly negative inflation. Now, I think goods inflation over the course of the past year is 1.2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a big change. So we think, analysts have different views, but we think it's contributing, 0.3 or 0.4, something like that, to the current core PCE inflation reading, which is 2.9%. So it's contributing. What seems to be happening is that, the tariffs are mostly not being paid by exporters, mostly being paid by really the companies that sit between the exporter and the consumer. So if you buy something and you sell it through retail or you use it to make a product, you're probably taking a lot of those costs on and not able to pass it fully along to the consumer yet. That appears to be what we're seeing. All of those companies and entities in the middle, they'll tell you that they have every intention of passing that through in time, but they're not doing that now. To the consumer, the pass-through has been pretty small. It's been slower and smaller than we thought. But the evidence is it's very clear that there's some pass-through.
I also wanted to ask if you could share with us the conditions under which you might consider leaving the Fed in May.
I have nothing new on that for you today.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. I just wanted to follow up on one of your answers just a couple minutes ago. We've often heard you talk about how you and your colleagues, do not think about politics. This does not enter the room. But one of your new colleagues does come from this world, right, where everything is seen through this framework of politics and of what party is being helped, and that person is still employed by the White House. How can markets and the public interpret, some of his speeches, for example, and then some of, the forecasts that we see today? I mean, the median for this year was moved because of the introduction of his forecast. I'm talking about the number of rate cuts seen this year. What do you say to markets and the public that are trying to interpret, what you guys are saying?
So there's 12 vote, 19 participants of whom 12 vote, as you know, on a rotating basis. So no one voter, can really, the only way for any voter to really move things around is to be incredibly persuasive. And the only way to do that in the context in which we work is to make really strong arguments based on the data and one's understanding of the economy. That's really all that matters. And that's how it's going to work. And I think that is the way the institution, if that's in the DNA of the institution, that's not going to change.
And then I wanted to ask about a Gallup poll that showed that Americans now have more confidence in the president than the Federal Reserve when it comes to doing what's right for the economy. Why do you think that is, and what's your response? What's your message to the public?
Our response is we're going to do everything we can to use our tools to achieve the goals that Congress has given us, and we're not going to get distracted by anything. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep doing our jobs.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. Given the range of views expressed prior to the meeting, I think there was a lot less dissent today than a lot of people expected. It'd be good to know just what you think the drivers were of coming to that very strong consensus in the meeting, and also on the flip side to just explain why the dot plots are really so scattered between, someone even expecting rates to end up higher by the end of the year to 5 cuts. I mean, what were the kind of range of views you heard about, on one side, why there was so much support for a cut today, and on the flip side, why there's so much divergence about what comes next?
So I think there's quite a wide assessment that the situation has changed with respect to the labor market. Whereas we could still say, and did say in July, at the time of the July meeting, that the labor market was in solid condition, and we could point to 150,000 jobs per month and many other things. I think that the new data that we've had, and it's not just payrolls, it's other things as well, suggests that there really is meaningful downside risk. I said there was downside risk then, but I think that downside risk is now a reality, and there's clearly more downside risk. So I think that's broadly accepted. And so that meant different things for different people. Some wrote down, almost everyone wrote down, supported this cut, and some supported more cuts and some didn't, as you will see from the dot plot. So that's just the way it is. I mean, people have, you have people who take this work very seriously, think about it all the time, do their work, discuss it with our colleagues. We endlessly discuss this between ourselves, and then we have a meeting where we put it all out on the table, and this is what you get. And you're right, there's a range of views in the dots, and I think that's, like I said, very unsurprising given the quite unusual, historically unusual nature of the challenges that we face. But let's remember, though, the unemployment rate's 4.3%. The economy's growing at 1.5%. So it's not a bad economy or anything like that. We've seen much more challenging economic times. But from a policy standpoint, the standpoint of what we're trying to accomplish, it's challenging to know what to do. There are, as I mentioned earlier, there are no risk-free paths now. It's not incredibly obvious what to do. So we have to keep our eye on inflation. At the same time, we cannot ignore and must keep our eye on maximum employment, which is those are our two equal goals. And you will see that there's a range of views on what to do. Nonetheless, we came together today at the meeting and acted with a high degree of unity.
Thank you. Archie Hall from The Economist. You mentioned earlier that job creation was running below your guess at its break-even rate. I'd be curious to hear a bit more about that and where you think the break-even rate is.
So there are many different ways to calculate it, and none of them is perfect. But it's clearly come way down. You could say it's somewhere between 0 and 50,000, and you'd be right or wrong. I mean, there's just many different ways to do it. So wherever it was, 150,000, 200,000 a few months ago, it's come down quite significantly, and that's because a very lower amount of people are joining the labor force. The labor force really not growing much at this point, and that's a lot of where the supply of labor was coming from over the last 2 or 3 years. So we're not getting that now. We've got much lower demand. It's interesting that supply and demand have really come down together so far, except now we do have unemployment ticking up just one tick outside of the range where it's been for a year. 4.3% is still a low level, but I think this speedy decline in both supply and demand has certainly gotten everyone's attention.
Follow up, if I may. You mentioned the downside risk to employment a fair amount, but it's striking that measures of kind of activity and output for the third quarter, those that we have, seem pretty strong. The Atlanta Fed's GDP now is very strong. You mentioned strong PCE numbers as well. How do you square those things? Is there a chance actually could be upside risk to the labor market if those activity measures are right?
Well, that would be great. We'd love that to happen. So I don't know that you see a big tension there, but it's gratifying to see that economic activity is holding in, and it's a good bit from consumption. It looks like consumption was stronger than expected, what we got earlier this week, I guess. And also we're getting, a fairly narrow sector is producing a lot of economic activity, which is the AI build out and business investment. So we watch all of it, and I would say we did move up. The median for growth for this year actually moved up in the SEP between the June and September SEPs. So, and really the inflation and labor market didn't change much. It's really the risks that we're seeing to the labor market that were the focus of today's decision.
Nicole. Hi, Nicole Goodkind with Barron's. Thank you for taking my question. Given the cumulative impact of high interest rates on the housing sector, I'm wondering how concerned you are that current rate levels are exacerbating housing affordability issues and potentially hindering household formation and wealth accumulation for a segment of the population?
Housing is an interest-sensitive activity, so it's at the very center of monetary policy. When the pandemic hit and we cut rates to zero, the housing companies were incredibly grateful, and it was really, they said that was the only thing that kept them going, was that we cut so aggressively and provided credit and things like that, and they were able to finance because we did that. The other side of that is when inflation gets high and we raise rates, and you're right, it does burden the housing industry, and so rates have come down a bit, and as that happens, we don't set mortgage rates, but our policy rate changes do tend to affect mortgage rates, and that has been happening, and that'll of course raise demand. Lower borrowing rates for builders will help, builders will help supply, and so some of that should happen. I think most analysts think that it would have to be pretty big changes for it to matter a lot big changes in rates to matter a lot for the housing sector. And the other thing is by achieving maximum employment and price stability, that's a strong economy. That's a good economy for housing. And then the last thing I'll say is, there's a deeper problem here. There's not a cyclical problem that the Fed can address, and that just is a pretty much nationwide housing shortage. Or a lot of places in the country just don't have enough housing for people, and all of the areas around metropolitan areas like Washington, for example, are very built up, and so you're having to build farther and farther out, and so that's where it is.
And just a quick follow-up. During the last SEP, or the press conference following the last SEP, you seemed to indicate that policymakers lacked conviction about their projections, and I'm wondering if you still feel that way.
You know, forecasting is very difficult even in placid times. And as I've mentioned before, forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So I think right now is a particularly challenging time, even more uncertain than usual. And so I don't know any forecaster anywhere, really. Ask any of the forecasters whether they have great confidence in their forecast right now. I think they'll honestly say no.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. If you're cutting rates, why continue to reduce the size of your balance sheet, then pause the unwinding?
Well, I think we're cutting the size of our balance sheet quite marginally now. As you know, with the balance sheet, we're still in an abundant reserves condition, and we've said that we would stop somewhat above somewhat above an ample reserves level. That's where we are, and we're getting closer to that. We're monitoring it very carefully. We don't think that has at all significant macroeconomic effects. These are pretty small numbers moving around inside a giant economy. You know, the level of runoff is not very large, so I wouldn't attribute macroeconomic consequences to that at this point.
And at his recent confirmation hearing, Stephen Myron brought up that the Fed actually has 3 mandates from Congress, not just jobs and stable prices, but also moderate long-term interest rates. So what does Congress mean by moderate long-term interest rates? How should we understand that when we see the 10-year Treasury moving? And how do you think about this part of the mandate when policy choices like rate cuts or balance sheet reductions affect the long end of the yield curve?
So we always think of it as the dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability, for a long time, because we think moderate long-term interest rates are something that will result from stable inflation, low and stable inflation, and maximum employment. So we haven't thought about that for a very long time as a third mandate that requires independent action. So that's where that is. And there's no thought of, as far as I'm concerned, there's no thought of considering that, considering that we somehow incorporate that in as something in a different way.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. We recently learned that average FICO credit scores are down this year by 2 points, the most since 2009 during the Great Recession, and delinquencies are high for car loans, personal loans, credit cards. How concerned, if at all, are you about the health of consumer finances, and do you expect today's cut will help?
So, we're aware of that. I think default rates have been kind of ticking up, and we do watch that. They're not at a level, I don't believe they're at a level where overall they're terribly concerning, but it is something that we watch. Lower rates should support economic activity. I don't know that one rate cut will have, a visible effect on that, but over time, a strong economy with a strong labor market is what we're aiming for, and stable prices, so that should help.
Just to follow up, this rate cut is coming at a time when the stock market is at or near all-time highs, and some valuation metrics are elevated historically. Is there a risk that cutting rates could overheat financial markets, potentially fueling a bubble?
We're tightly focused on our goals, right? And our goals are maximum employment and price stability. And so we take the actions that we take with an eye on those goals. Separately, and that's why we did what we did today. Separately, we monitor financial stability very, very carefully, and I would say it's a mixed picture. But households are in good shape, banks are in good shape. Overall, households are still in good shape in the aggregate, and I know that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are under pressure, obviously. But from a financial stability perspective, we monitor that picture. We don't have a view that there's a right or wrong level of asset prices for any particular financial asset, but we monitor the whole the whole picture, really looking for structural vulnerabilities. And I would say those are not elevated right now.
Jean, we'll go to you for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with M&I Market News. I wanted to ask about inflation expectations. You've said the Fed can't take the stability of inflation expectations for granted. You mentioned at the short run they've gone up a little bit. I wonder if you can talk a bit about that. And then also at the long run, wondering, do you see evidence that the debate over Fed independence and the growing deficit is putting pressure on inflation expectations?
So as you said, shorter-term inflation expectations have tended to respond to near-term inflation. So if inflation goes up, inflation expectations will predict that it takes just a little while to get back down. Fortunately, throughout this period, longer-term inflation expectations both break even in the markets, and almost all of the longer-term surveys, Michigan being a bit of an outlier lately, have been just rock solid in terms of running at levels that are consistent with 2% inflation over time. So we don't take that for granted. We actually assume that our actions have a real effect on that, and that we need to continually show and also discuss our commitment to 2% inflation. And so you'll hear us doing that. But as I mentioned, it's a difficult situation because we have risks that are both affecting the labor market and inflation. Those are our two goals, and so we have to balance those two. When they're both at risk, we have to balance them, and that's really what we're trying to do. Your latter part of your question was about independence. I don't see market participants. I don't see that that's something they're factoring in right now in terms of setting interest rates.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Jerome, for your time. Man, did anyone get rich off gold? Oh, I guess not. Oh, man. Someone actually took me seriously. I saw that. That was funny. Did the Russell hit all-time highs? No. That was interesting, I guess. Not really. Can't wait for the next one. Me either. That was a good time. That was a good time. We got like 40 minutes till the market closes. You got Cracker Barrel earnings after hours. It's so exciting. So exciting. There's your beautiful rate cut. Such a beautiful sight. You love to see it. Nice, beautiful rate cut. Ah, Elvis. Elvis the paper hands, bro. Paper-handed Elvis. What's up, bro? How you doing? There's another comment that was so funny. I forgot what it was. I wish I remember where it was. There was some that was so funny. Oh yeah. When he said it was moving slower than a grandma or something. It's like, man. It's investing, bro. Not everything just goes straight up. Not everything can be the SPY. But I thought there was something funny someone said. I don't remember. I don't remember. Sitting in a tree. Yeah, I love Powell. He He gives me the basics of everything I need to know, so I don't have to sit and research economics every day of my life. So I appreciate Powell. I'm not an economist. I shouldn't have to remember all this data and research it every day. I should just be able to have some old geezer tell me the basics. Energy Vault Holdings. Got any GameStop whales yet? Nope. Damn, no whales. Crazy. It'll be interesting to see when the short interest updates again. That'll be really interesting. It's gonna be like another 2 or 3 weeks though. Crypto not moving. Market bounced back up a tiny bit. It was red earlier. Sees 2 more coming this year. We'll see. StubHub slides on stocks IPO debut. I forgot about StubHub. We should look that up real quick. I think it's Stub. STUB. Yeah, that got wrecked. I mean, at least I think they were supposed to... I don't remember the price, actually. Freaking IPOs, man. Freaking IPOs. Sales of heavy trucks are falling like the U.S. is headed... That's an interesting headline. Ben & Jerry co-founder Jerry Greenfield quits over social activism row. Whatever that is. Whatever that means. Michael Saylor pushes digital capital narrative. Bitcoin Treasuries unconference. That could be something to watch, maybe. That could be something to watch. Let's see. Logitech G Play? What's that? Oh, it's just coming out with like... Oh, that's cool. New steering wheels. Mice. Keyboard. This is kind of cool. I didn't know they had these. Oh, they're coming out with one. Whoa. That's dope. Rocket League's on season 20, dude. Holy shit. I was playing like season 3 or 4. They're on season 20. Battlefield 6 devs explain why you can't destroy everything. Let's see. Can't blast bits out of the smokestacks. The devs were asked whether the destruction model would get any tweaks. Not for launch. We want to make sure we don't lose important landmarks on the level, which helps player orientation. Each map often comes with their own identities and also POI points. These buildings are usually protected from heavy degradation. So we can ensure players are able to spot and orient themselves on the map with ease, which would be harder with significant damage. Huh. Not as interesting as I thought it would be. I don't want to read that. Man creates dangerous handheld Xbox. What the heck? That does look pretty dangerous. What it? That looks insane, dude. It's just held together by duct tape. That's wild. Skate 4 is getting savaged in early Steam reviews. Oh yeah, I forgot about Meta Connect. Is that live right now? 3 hours. 3 hours? I'm not even gonna be on live by then. I wanna watch Meta Connect, bro. 3 hours though? They should have started it sooner. MacBook Pro touchscreen. Google Discover, I don't know what Google Discover is, but Google Discover is going to start showing social media posts and YouTube shorts. I assume that's some like Android thing. It's just no news, man. There's just no news, man. It's pretty sad when Jerome Powell's your entertainment for the day. Post-cut clarity. Ah, what a good comment. Post-cut clarity. It's crazy how wild people get. There were so many people coming in and out of this stream earlier. There's over 2,000 views on the day. It was just like a constant cycle of like 5-10 people coming in, leaving, coming in, leaving. Like it was nuts. And then towards the end, it started to slow down. It's because YouTube was suggesting my stream for once. Thank you. Thank you, YouTube. I appreciate it. I appreciate it, YouTube. Thanks for suggesting the stream. It's about time. It's about time. Yeah, not bad. It's me, YouTube, and you're welcome. I just want to really thank you, YouTube, for everything you've sent me. I'm gonna make like $20 off of this stream, and I'm gonna go get some Mickey D's. So thank you, YouTube, for providing me my McDonald's this day. Amen. Prayers up to YouTube. Prayers up to YouTube. Blessed. YouTube's blessing us. How about that trade, though? How about that trade off fucking 25.69, bro? I mean, the full dip was like 29.59 or 25.59, whatever. But man, you would have bought 100 shares right there. You could have even held it for this little 30-cent spike. That would have been 30 bucks on the day. Boom. You know, if you held it through this whole little rally here, you would have made like 50 bucks on a 100 share trade. Easy. Easy money. I think I only bought like 20, and you know, I don't plan on selling. I just, we'll see. You know, we'll see what happens. I just wanted to buy some more shares cuz I didn't tell you guys, but I did end up selling some. I think I sold some at like 25.85 and then 26.35 or something. So to be able to buy a little bit back is nice, and we'll see if it dips any lower or not. Who knows? Who knows? But good little flip. Good little flip. What toy am I getting in my Happy Meal? Hopefully a Pokemon card. Hopefully a Pokemon card so I can just throw the Happy Meal on the ground. Guys, can someone smart explain why shit dips when rate is lowered? It's not really how it works. Market's just random. Sometimes it goes up, sometimes it goes down. It's just a volatility event. If you have a really short-term mind frame, you know, short-term time frame, I could see why you would think that it always dips, but it's not really the case. I don't think that's really the case. We'll sell off some positions today to reinvest somewhere else tomorrow. Yeah, that's fair. I'd look for moves tomorrow, but I don't really day trade. I just add over time. I do both, sort of. I don't really day trade anymore either, but I mean, it works. It works. I just buy Gamestop. Just every now and then I take some profits and take advantage of shorter term price action, but for the most part, you know, holding GameStop forever. I only started looking at stocks 1.5 years ago if we ignore first GME run. That's fair. But I would just say, you know, have a longer time frame unless you're going to be like a day trader or something. Like you're trying to put weight in a short time, like a short amount of time off of a macroeconomic thing. Like a rate cut doesn't matter even like a month or two from now. Like it's going to take time for that stuff to get priced in. If it's, I mean, it already might be priced in, like, but what's happened the past like hour or two, that doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. I give Corey credit. If it wasn't for him, I couldn't have made profit on GME. Well, join the membership then. You flexing over here, bro? You better join the membership. $1 a month, bro. You're out here flexing. You don't even donate. You don't even join the membership. You're just gonna flex, bro. You're just gonna flex your paper hands. You're just gonna flex your paper hands, bro. You better at least join the membership if you're gonna flex your paper hands like that. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. You better be blessing me up. Your little toilet paper rolls. You got little toilet paper rolls for hands, bro. It's only $1 a month, bro. Just click that link, you know, join the membership. It's $1 a month. You got this. You said I made you $1,000. I think you can get me $1 a month, bro. I think you got me on $1 a month. Oh shit. I ain't made shit on GME. Can I get a gifted? I don't have any more. I only get 10 a month for free. And it's completely random. That's crazy, bro. These GameStop traders, bro, these people who trade GameStop, they're so stingy, bro. They make like thousands of dollars and they can't even bless me up with $1 a month. That's crazy, bro. You can't trust a GameStop trader, bro. You can't trust a GameStop trader. They'll just come in your chat and flex how they made thousands and they won't even bless you up, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Never trust a GameStop trader. Never ever. That should be a new rule of life. If someone says they're trading GameStop, just be like, nah, fam. Nah, fam. Only surround yourself with investors, bro. Don't surround yourself with traders. You know, there's traders and then there's traders. When I'm saying it, you can't tell the difference. The only time you can tell the difference is when you're reading it. You know, you got to be careful with traders, bro. Got to be careful with traders. They could be traitors. GME bros are shady. I know, I've met them. They are shady. Some of them are. Fuck. I mean, probably all of them, honestly. Let's be real. Let's be real. I don't. The worst I do is just, you know, I just want people to join my $1 a month membership. You know, that's the worst I do. I'm not over here trying to sell a course and shit. I just want my $1 a month, bro. That's all. I just want my $1 a month. Well, 50 cents, because YouTube takes half of it. Wait for 14? Well, I don't think that's happening. You better hope, like, aliens come and attack Earth. Maybe it'll happen. I don't know, from a fundamental perspective, it seems pretty impossible. A technical perspective on the chart, you know, if you're a chart nerd, you know, I could see it, you know. There's possibilities for it, but that'd be wild. That'd be wild. That would be some deep value. That'd be some deep value. That'd be some DFV. Is the market going up now? No. I think the indexes on Yahoo are delayed. I'm not sure. Pretty good stream, though. Solid stream. Maybe we'll actually make like 20 bucks. That'd be nice. That'd be nice. Oh yeah, and Muma Justin Wright and Hugh G donated $5. God bless you guys. Appreciate you. Thank you. So we might actually make like 40 bucks. Maybe the 3i Atlas is full of alien investors on their way to buy GME. I think so. I mean, if we have inflation, how much inflation do you think aliens have? Like, they probably want to come down and get this. They want this investment. The price action's crazy right now. Like, all dips are getting bought. I mean, we'll see if you know, we'll see if we reclaim the high a day here in this next like 15 minutes, but all dips are being bought. It's crazy. And you're not really even getting dips. Like, that was a pretty weak dip for what we usually see. Public credits. Wait, what? Imagine if only reason why aliens are not coming here because that shit's too expensive. That'd be funny. MOAS started because of J Pow. I told you, you gotta, bro, YNG Pow, bro. YNG Pow. Better watch your back when he comes through. Aliens ain't paying that. One could say they burn a lot of fuel to get here. Maybe their fuel's energy or something. I don't know. Who knows? Maybe their fuel's free somehow. Maybe they're just so technologically advanced. I don't know. Aliens probably come to Earth to try Demigorgon dip. Damn, don't even remind me of the Demigorgon dip. I'm trying to get some. I'm trying to get me some Demigorgon dip. I wonder if it's any good. It doesn't look good. It definitely don't look good. But I wonder if it's any good. They gotta buy Berkshire. It's been haunting my mental all day. I just got distracted with Jerome Powell, I guess. He starts talking about those economics, and I'm like, whew! God damn. You looking good in that suit, boy. Have you seen they found some life form thing on Mars? Not fossils, but some prints or bacteria or something? Yeah, I started watching a video on it, but I don't think I finished it. But yeah, I did see that. Kind of interesting. I need to finish watching the video. That shit's wild. Oh yeah, Muma said something about taking people to space to work on things in space. I don't think people are going to space. I think it's going to be robots. Like, you're going to have, you know, it's probably going to be people who have, like, Neuralinks or something, or maybe potentially you could control it from a computer. But I feel like you're just going to be logging into a computer, access it, or, you know, tapping into your Neuralink, and you're going to be, like, transmitted into a robot that's on Mars, and then you're going to work all day as a robot on Mars. That's what I think's going to happen. I don't think people are going there. You know, obviously there's going to be some people there, but it's mostly going to be robots, I would imagine. You're going to have like a, you know, in the day you're going to work on Earth, and then at night you're going to work in Mars on the in the robot. You'd be working all the time. I heard the moon is made of cheese. You watch that? What? No. Elon, what's going on? You said 25, we on Mars. Team viewer robot on Mars? Yeah, pretty much. Basically. Robots took our jobs! I'd be down it to work in space. Fuck yeah. Like, if you could just literally log into your computer and just control the robot, do your job. Like, how legit would that be? I would do it. Like, imagine, I could just sit here and stream. I could, you know, be doing all this, talking to you guys. And, like, over on my side screen over here, I could be controlling my robot, make sure he's doing his work. Like, that'd be legit, bro. That'd be legit as fuck. Elon's making them bots for a reason. Humans can't go terraform it. Yeah, exactly. The final minutes, Elon reveals that robots will be ones heading to Mars and humans will only control them. That's how we reach Mars. Pretty much. I think so. I don't think it's really going to be people up there. If, you know, that's the goal, is to inhabit it. Do they sell Happy Meals in space? Maybe one day. Maybe you'll be able to buy it with crypto. Bro, sounds like IRL OSRS. Kind of, honestly. It could be. Like, can you see it? I see it. I can definitely see it. Oh, IRL OSRS. That's so funny. It's funny because straight up, that's what I think it's gonna be like. Unless it's just all gonna be AI, I guess. It could be, but I don't know. Only unhappy meals. I seen a dude in China controlling some demolition equipment in Germany. Are we bullish or bearish? We buy GameStop. That's what we do. We buy GameStop. We can probably do it now. Fake. Fake news. Well, you gotta mass populate the robots just like you did with cars. You know, then it'll become a reality. Robots are still a relatively new thing, but once they become a thing you can just mass populate like a fucking car, man, that's where it gets interesting. That's where it gets interesting. People need to live under the surface. That's the boring humans can't build that. That's the bots that don't need atmosphere. Satellites will do their bit. He ain't gonna live long enough. In my opinion, someone needs to take over. Well, it's not just Elon, it's the whole team. Elon might be the face, but there's a whole team. It's the same with GameStop. Ryan Cohen might be the CEO, he might be the face, but it's a whole team of people. Like, a business isn't just one person. Elon's not out there making the fucking robots. You got 7 more minutes till the market closes. It's Elon's vision, though. Not just anyone could take over. It's still a team. Your vision can't be a vision like that can't be created without a team, so just saying. Even if Elon's not there, I'm sure it still moves forward. But judging by the news we got the other day, I don't think he's going anywhere. Vision can change when the person does, though. We got a private individual left around in space, first time ever. Either way, it's still a team. Like, it's not one person doing this. And it's all government contracted and everything, I'm sure. It's not like, yeah. I don't know. I get what you're saying, but it's not just one person. I get the team thing. We're literally building Space Command in Alabama. Yeah, exactly. Elon's not out there building it, you know? He's not out there on the fucking construction site. And he's probably not the one who built the blueprints for the building, or, you know? It's more than just one person. He's the face of it. Prerogative's going to change? Probably not, because it's probably all under contracts and they probably have to follow a lot of strict rules and everything, so it probably wouldn't change at all. actually. I don't think. I don't think it would. When's the last time you heard shit about NASA? I think they had something land on the moon not too long ago. We watched it on stream. 4 hours sitting at that spot. And if you want to see something interesting, we're at that technical line that the stock always sells like 20%, 30% off of. And for the first time ever, we're actually trading volume above it and not selling off. It's actually really interesting. Okay, we look at I mean, I guess I feel like the 1 hour is gonna show it better. It's a little more candles. What if we go to like a 90-day? Is that the right chart? No, that is not the right chart. We have to go to like a 180-day, potentially. There's too many lines. There's too many lines. Oh, I guess back then you did. This was hyped up. I mean, this is a little different though, because you just gapped right through it and just the stock got way too over itself. But this is the first time you actually like came above the line and now you're trading volume at the line rather than just gapping through it. Or, you know, in the case of whenever this is 1.6, I believe, 1.7, you hit that line, immediately sold off. You know, almost on 420, 421, you almost hit that line, immediately sold off. And yeah, it goes all the way back here. Obviously, I have way too many lines on my chart and it looks like dog shit, so you can't really tell unless you know what you're looking at. But either way, you know, we're trading on that line, and anytime you hit this line, you usually sell off quite a bit. So if you can claim it, could be interesting as far as market structure goes. So I don't know. A lot of lines, boss. Yeah, you know, I never fix this shit. You know, I never update my charts. It's very rare. And if I do, it becomes more of a mess rather than cleaner. There's really only like a couple lines that actually matter throughout all that. A lot of them are day trading ones I just haven't deleted. I think PowerPax is listening into the stream. They just added a new ship to vault button right at the collections page for any card you've had shipped. They added a new ship to vault button. Am I still logged in? Ship to vault? Right at the collections page for any card you've had shipped. Ship to vault? I don't see it. It must be mobile only. You probably wouldn't see it since you haven't had any cards shipped to you, so it wouldn't really apply. Oh. They just barely added that? Oh, there's your close. 2610. 2610. saw it first time today. That'd be interesting if they were watching the stream. Probably not, though. I would imagine not. Who knows? Who knows? I've long feared Nat Turner's been listening. I think it's true. That'd be wild, actually. If Nat Turner was in on the stream. Can you imagine if Nat Turner just showed up on the chat? He's just like, "What's up, guys?" It's like, "What's up, Nat? How you doing today, Nat?" You know, just casually talking to a billionaire every day, just for a little bit. Oh man, that'd be awesome. Hey, have a good one, Varley. God bless you, bro. Thank you for supporting the stream. Have a good rest of your day / night, wherever you are. Appreciate you, bro. Is that one Nat? Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah, I think that's Nat. They should be named. Aren't they named? Yeah. Have you sold your paper today? Golfing in an hour? Nice. That's gonna be fun. It's called Turner. Turner could be anyone. Oh man. Oh man, chat. What a crazy stream. People get insane for that Fed decision. People get too crazy. People are way too focused on short-term price action. Honestly, I said it like a million times this stream, but it feels good to be a GameStop investor, bro. Like, could you imagine if you woke up every day, like, worried about whether gold's gonna be up or down because of a Fed decision, or like, could you imagine having to wake up? Like, I've lived that life. I've literally done that. Like, so I'm speaking from experience. I'm not just talking shit, but like, I don't know, it just feels good to have like peace of mind and know that your investment is good and that it should work out, and not have to care about these stupid little events that everyone else cares about because they don't actually believe in their investments. I don't know. It feels good. It feels good. Feels good. Probably wouldn't appreciate my conspiracy that he's made power packs discreetly to sell his PS5 collection. Oh, he definitely did. He definitely did. Turnaround of the century. I mean, the next polls we do, I'm going to do $100 golds, so I'll be interested in how clapped we get doing that. That's going to be interesting. That's going to be interesting. Hopefully we just hit a banger. Pay back all the loss we've gotten so far. That would be nice. Hit like a $2,000 card. You know how nice that would be? Just a little 2,000. I think the highest you can hit is like 1,600 though. Can't remember. Nat Turner's a master scammer. Never trusted that guy. You love Nat Turner. You love Pokemon, don't lie. You love Pokemon. We all know you have all your money in Pokemon. Ugh. Kev83 is Nat Turner. Isn't it like 0.08 chance of hitting the card though? And it sounds like there's a chance to hit the card. Might be 0.08, but at least there's a chance. At least there's a chance. So you're saying there's a chance, exactly. Never tell me the odds. Never tell me the odds. Alright, chat. I think it's about that time. It's been a long stream. Jerome Powell speech was forever. But I appreciate you guys supporting the stream. God bless you. Thank you. I hope you guys have a good rest of your day / night, wherever you reside. Yeah, I just hope you guys have a good one. Thank you for supporting the stream. And yeah, let's do it again tomorrow. Let's do it again tomorrow. All right. I'll catch you guys later. God bless you. Peace.